After some explanation, Baya and Baizhua finally understood what had happened. Then their expressions turned serious. A divine ability hidden inside the bone of a great emperor who had passed away tens of thousands of years ago was still able to render them powerless, so it was difficult to imagine how formidable that great emperor must have been when he was still alive. Both of them were half-saints, making them among the strongest cultivators below the demon saints in the demon realm. The statuses of demon saints and great emperors were the same. In the past, they didn't realize that there was such a huge gap between demon saints, great emperors, and them. This time, they were truly shocked. Nevertheless, they were not injured. They were simply petrified by time principles which hadn't harmed them in any way. Even without the help of Xianxia and Xianxia, they would still awaken one day, but that would take several dozen to 100 years. After asking about it, Yang Kai found out that it had only been a month in the outside world. Just like what he had speculated, years inside the flowing time temple were equivalent to only a month in the outside world. The truth wasn't far from his speculation. However, Xianxia had told him that the power inside the palace was a blessing left behind by the great emperor. Yang Shui and Yang Shao had expended a lot of it, so there wasn't much of it left. When the blessing was exhausted, the wonders in the palace would cease to exist. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but Yang Shao and Yang Shui would have to work harder on improving their understanding and mastery over the Tao of Time first. Most of the Emperor Realm Masters from Demon Heavenly Tao were either killed or heavily injured. Now, only 7 of them were left and they had all become captives. With Zhou Quan as an example, if Baizhua could extract the blood demon blood essence out of those 7, they could regain their sense of self. They were all Emperor Realm Masters, so it would be a waste of talent to kill them all off. The 61st Army had just been established, so they were still in the process of collecting resources and recruiting manpower. Without hesitation, Yang Kai waved his hand and put the captives and the half-saints inside the small sealed world. He decided to leave the rest of the matter to Baizhua. It'd be best if these Emperor Realm Masters could regain their senses. If not, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Yang Kai's original plan was to head to the lower star field after this trip, but since Flowing Time Great Emperor was concerned in this matter, he had to personally launch an investigation. Therefore, he could only delay his plan of returning to Hung Luo's star field for now. He didn't ask Zhou Quan to tag along because he wanted him to pay a visit to Azure Sun Temple and inform them of what had happened. Previously, he had come across Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao on his way to this place. It had been a month since then, so they must be worried and they might even be getting ready to come over here to help. By telling Zhou Quan to go over, it could spare them some unnecessary trouble. He believed that those from Azure Sun Temple would inform 7 Mists Sea about this incident. By then, this matter would be known to everyone in the star boundary. Not long after the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace as well as the Army Commander of the 61st Army returned to the star boundary, he managed to thwart Demon Heavenly Tao's plans for the Four Seasons realm by killing more than 20 of their Emperor Realm Masters. He had also defeated one of the 4 Great Lords, Wind Lord, whose true name was Feng Zishao. It was akin to cutting off a limb from their master, Ken Yi, turning them into the 3 Great Lords instead. This kind of news would surely bolster everyone's mood, so it had to be spread around quickly. It wasn't that Yang Kai craved fame, but this incident was useful in boosting the morale of all the armies in the star boundary and also serve as a recruitment tool for the 61st Army. As an army commander, Yang Kai had to put himself out there to attract more people. Zhou Quan was saved by Yang Kai and he had participated in the battle against Demon Heavenly Tao, which enabled him to get revenge for his sect. That was why he immediately agreed to Yang Kai's request. Following that, he set off on his journey to Azure Sun Temple. It would probably take him less than half a month to reach there. After Zhou Quan left, Yang Kai and the others decided to leave as well. Yang Kai spent half a day arranging a space array and then transferred everyone to a certain unnamed island on the East Sea. The space array on this island was fairly close to Dragon Island, and was left behind by Yang Kai in the past so that he could visit Dragon Island with ease when he wanted to. Proved to be useful now. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Yang Shao had a special connection with Dragon Island, which was his birthplace. After emerging from the array, he swiftly turned to look in a particular direction. That was where Dragon Island was located, which was about 1 to 2,000 kilometers away from where he currently stood. You can go back. Your little aunt and I will handle your honored master's matter. Yang Kai patted Yang Zhao's shoulder. After Yang Xiao was born in the past, he was eager to leave Dragon Island, which was why he even lied to everyone about his source being impure. In the blink of an eye, he had cultivated for 500 years though. He hadn't met his parents for a long time, so he missed them very much, especially after he learned from Yang Kai that his mother almost went mad upon hearing that he had entered the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao replied with a smile, Dragon Island is right there, and it won't be going anywhere. Since I've received honored master's inheritance, I should do something for him. After this matter is settled, I'll pay a visit to my parents. Yang Kai nodded and Yang Kai made a grabbing gesture and pulled Wind Lord out from the sealed world bead. He had spent 10 years inside the palace while Windlord had also stayed inside the small sealed world for the same period of time. It seemed that time principles affected everything within their bounds, so even though the small sealed world had its own world barrier, it was still affected just like the inside of the palace. Over the past 10 years, Windlord didn't manage to heal his wounds as he still looked as battered as when the battle ended. Yang Kai was the ruler of the small sealed world, so it was easy for him to stop Windlord from treating his wounds. Where's Free Spirit Sect? Yang Kai directly cut to the chase. Windlord appeared lethargic as his life had been hanging by a thread for the past 10 years. Upon seeing sunlight again, he was still in a dazed state. It wasn't until a long time after Yang Kai asked the question that he came to his senses and replied apprehensively, Sir, please give me a moment. I need to get my bearings. He was a pseudo-great emperor, so he wasn't supposed to call Yang Kai sir. However, after the torture he had gone through and 10 years of isolation on the brink of death, his mind had cracked and his pride had been shattered. Now, he was simply hoping not to be tortured again. Yang Kai directly pointed out the directions for him. We have Dragon Island this way, Spirit Beast Island over there, and Serene Soul Palace in that direction. Things became much easier with the references. Windlord was born on the East Sea and grew up on Free Spirit Sect, so he managed to quickly identify the proper direction. Then he extended a finger and said, that way. It should be within 100,000 kilometers from here. Yang Kai then stuffed him back inside the small sealed world and wrapped everyone else in his demon chi before shooting off in that direction. As space principles undulated, their figures became blurry as they seemed to skip across the void. A look at the people on Yang Kai's side revealed that, including Zhue Feng, there were 4 half-saints from the demon race who were waiting inside the small sealed world. Beside him were the divine spirits Lu Yen and Xianxia, who were just as powerful as any half-saint or pseudo-great emperor. Even though Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were only in the first-order emperor realm, they were flowing time great emperor's disciples. Therefore, they were far more powerful than those in the same realm. Both of them had pretty outstanding aptitudes. So the reason it took them a few hundred years to reach the First-Order Emperor realm was mainly that the Great Emperor's inheritance was too abstruse, so it took them a long time to comprehend its mysteries, but this kind of heritage dictated that they would turn out to be more formidable than their peers. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a high-rank demon king who was able to fight Windlord to a draw, leaving both of them severely injured. This kind of lineup could be said to be a great force to be reckoned with. Even if a demon saint got in their way, they would still be able to exchange a few moves with them. Moreover, their mission was just to look for flowing time great emperor's remains, so there shouldn't be any trouble. The small group flew towards their destination. From time to time, Yang Kai would pull out Windlord to correct the heading. Violent demon chi could be seen whizzing past above the East Sea, which shocked many of the smaller sects. 3 days later, an island came into sight. The island was fairly big as it was about a few hundred square kilometers. It was Windlord's old sect, Free Spirit Island. Free Spirit Sect was supposed to be on the island in the past, but it was already destroyed by Windlord. There was a new sect that had occupied the island since then, but it was also just a small one, even worse than Free Spirit Sect from the past. They had an Emperor Realm Master in Free Spirit Sect, but the strongest cultivator in the small sect was only in the Tao Source realm. Yang Kai and the others were simply here to look for something, so they didn't have the intention to disturb these people. Upon reaching their destination, Yang Kai reined in his demon chi before they silently dispersed and respectively looked for the great emperor's remains. For this trip, Yang Kai didn't have any expectations. Flowing time great emperor fell into danger when he was exploring the outer universe. After he passed away, his infinite hourglass returned to his former palace. Even though one of his bones sank into the East Sea, it didn't really mean anything. However, since they were aware of this news, they had to look into the matter. The 5 of them left in 4 different directions. Lu Yen and Yang Kai were in the same group. It had been a few hundred years since they last met, so she wasn't willing to separate from him and insisted on following him around. On the other hand, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Xianxia headed in different directions on their own. For the following days, Yang Kai and Lu Yen explored everywhere that was within a radius of several thousand kilometers of the island, but they didn't find anything. Just then, one of the space beacons on Yang Kai's wrist started blinking. Following that, a jade slip broke through the air and reached him. A few days ago, Yang Kai had made 3 space beacons that were matched to his own for Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Xianxia. If they came across any danger, they could immediately contact him or transfer themselves to his side. At this moment, it was Yang Shui who had sent him a message. With the jade slip in his hand, Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and muttered in surprise, she really discovered something. The message inside the jade slip was short, so it was apparent that she was too rushed to explain in detail. Since there was a message, though, it meant that she must have discovered something. It seemed that their little trip to the East Sea this time wasn't futile. Yang Kai wrapped his demon chi around Lu Yen and channeled some power into the space beacon. The next moment, the world around the pair seemed to be spinning, and when they reappeared, they were already beside Yang Shui. Presently, Yang Shui was deep in the sea moving at high speed. In an instant, Yang Kai felt a horrifying pressure squeezing him from all directions, which caused him to grunt in pain. In response, he hurriedly used his strength to resist it. Right then, Yang Xiao and Xianxia also appeared. Apparently, they had also received Yang Shui's message. Just like Yang Kai, they felt pressured upon appearing, but they soon became fine after putting up some defenses. Yang Shui didn't have the time to explain anything as she used her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While she was moving forward rapidly, she pointed at the front and said, "Chase it. I'm going to lose it." It was dark under the sea as there was barely any light from the surface, but Yang Kai sharpened his vision and caught sight of a figure fleeing quickly. The figure was so swift that it had opened up quite a distance from Yang Shui in the blink of an eye. It was no wonder that Yang Shui had to call out to the others. That was because she was no match for the other party when it came to speed. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai found it a little funny because the figure wasn't a human or a sea beast. It was actually a flat plate-sized mussel. The relatively large mussel didn't have any limbs as it only had a sturdy-looking shell, but its speed was truly incredible. The seawater could be seen slipping off its shell as a rapid torrent flowed out behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful world with countless different races. While spirit flowers were able to be enlightened and turn into monsters, ordinary animals could evolve into monster beast and even assume human form if given enough time and opportunity. There was an abundance of species that lived under the sea, so it wasn't surprising that there were monsters here as well. The variety of monsters under the sea was more diverse than on land. The mussel was apparently a sea monster, and judging from his aura, it was obvious that he was in the Monster King realm, so he must be fairly powerful. He was basically born and bred in the sea, so moving in the sea was natural to him, which was why his speed was incredible. There was no way Yang Shui would be able to capture him. Yang Kai didn't know why she wanted to chase the sea monster, but before he could ask, Yang Xiao suddenly laughed and said, "Little ant, don't worry. Leave it to me." After he finished speaking, he transformed into a 30-meter-long white dragon. His dragon form was as translucent as jade, which was quite beautiful. Following that, he turned into a beam of white light and raced after the mussel, his speed even faster than the one he was pursuing. Although Yang Xiao wasn't a water dragon, a dragon under the sea was like a tiger on a mountain. No creature in the sea could possibly move faster than a dragon. With him around, there was no way the mussel could flee, and he was bound to be captured. As Yang Xiao charged forward, he yelled using a secret technique, "Hey, stop! We just want to talk to you." The mussel replied, "Little brat, don't you know your place? How dare you race after me, your grandpa? If you're clever, stop chasing me now, otherwise, I'll beat you up." Despite his threat, he fled at an even quicker pace. Yang Xiao bellowed, "Rotten, stinking mollusca! You court death. Then he parted his lips and roared before accelerating his pace. He wanted to have a peaceful talk with the muscle, but he hadn't expected that the latter would offend him with such coarse language. Even though they were in the wrong for chasing after him in the first place, the muscle shouldn't have crossed the line by claiming to be Yang Zhao's grandpa. Yang Xiao was a member of the Dragon Clan and he had revealed his true form, so most monster beasts wouldn't dare to act haughty in front of him. Furthermore, his adoptive father, Yang Kai, was right behind him. The muscle had basically scolded his adoptive father as well. While the dragon was charging forward, the muscle was fleeing as fast as he could. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided not to chase after them. It wasn't that he was unable to do so, he was an expert in the Tao of space after all. Despite the fact that they were several kilometers below the sea, Yang Kai could catch up to the sea monster with just a few instantaneous movements if he wanted to. The reason he decided not to chase them was that he wanted to find out Yang Zhao's current limits. When they were in the flowing time temple, Yang Xiao was able to torture Windlord with ease. However, at that time, Windlord had no ability to resist and had fallen into a dazed state after the infinite hourglass was snatched away from him. So any Tao Source Realm cultivator could have beaten him up. Now that they had come across a sea monster, it was the perfect opportunity to gauge Yang Zhao's power. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still tagged a piece of his divine sense onto Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao was unable to defeat the muscle, Yang Kai, as his adoptive father, would certainly lend him a hand. Why were you chasing after him? Yang Kai turned to look at Yang Shui and spoke to her via divine sense. Yang Shui's eyes could be seen gleaming as she replied, "There's something from our honored master with that muscle. I think it's also a bone." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai arched his brow. When he received her message earlier, he knew that she must have discovered something, and upon her explanation, he knew that his speculation was right. Others might not realize anything special about the muscle. However, Yang Shui, as Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance disciple, had cultivated the Great Emperor's divine abilities and secret arts, which was why she was able to detect a familiar aura on the muscle from afar. The aura was well hidden though, so people who hadn't cultivated the Tao of Time would never have detected it. Yang Xiao realized that as well upon arrival, so he directly raced after the muscle without asking questions. Xianxia was both agitated and sorrowful. "Young lady, are you sure?" He was agitated because there were really more of Flowing Time Great Emperor's remains in the sea. At the same time, he was sorrowful that the Great Emperor had been dismembered after his death. Windlord had obtained a bone from the sea around Free Spirit Island, and now the muscle also had a bone with him. Xianxia couldn't help wondering where the rest of his old master's remains were. Shui would never act carelessly when it comes to honored master's matters. Yang Shui replied solemnly. Nothing else needed to be said at this point. Since it was confirmed that the muscle had Flowing Time Great Emperor's remains on him, they had to pursue him. Half a day later, Yang Kai arched his brow and said with a smile, "They've stopped moving." He had tagged Yang Xiao with his divine sense, so he could somewhat detect what was going on. Presently, Yang Xiao had obviously stopped in his tracks. It seemed that he had caught the muscle, but Yang Kai didn't know the details. He had to go over there to find out whether they were confronting or fighting with one another. Thus, his demon chi expanded and wrapped Yang Shui, Xianxia, and Lu Yan in it. Following that, he activated the power of his space beacon, and as space principles undulated, they passed through the void and appeared beside Yang Xiao. Arriving at the scene, it appeared Yang Xiao and the muscle weren't fighting but rather facing off. There was a magnificent palace that was covered in a light screen, which served as a barrier. The palace wasn't large as it had only occupied a land area of 1,000 square meters. At this moment, there was a short old man who was glaring forward just outside the palace. He had very short limbs while his head was unusually large. There was no hair on his head, and his neck was short as well, which made him look rather funny. What was more ridiculous was that there were 2 shells on his back. At first glance, the shells looked just like his wings. Apparently, this short guy must be the muscle that Yang Xiao had chased after. The Grand Palace under the sea must be his home, and behind him, there were even more muscles of both genders. Just like him, the men were bald with petite figures. On the other hand, the women were all beautiful and tall with long and smooth hair. The shells behind their backs flapped slowly like they were real wings. Even though they were all muscles, the men and the women didn't look like they were from the same species. There were more than 100 of them in total, but their cultivation realms varied. The most powerful one was undoubtedly the muscle that was being chased by Xianxia earlier. The rest of them were in the realms of Monster Commander, Monster General, and Monster Soldier. Some of the muscles looked like they had just been born a short time ago as they were hiding inside their own shells and looking out curiously. All of them were staring at Xianxia. While the male muscles were glowering at him, the female muscles could be seen with their eyes shining as they sized up Xianxia's entire figure. Xianxia was already pretty good-looking when he was a boy, so now that he had grown up, he had become even more attractive. He could even be described as dashing. Xianxia had never seen such a pretty man before, but Xianxia still appeared brave and heroic. Men like him were the most attractive to women. Xianxia was a member of the Dragon Clan as well as the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder of Dragon Island, but this was undoubtedly the first time he was stared at by so many Monster Clan women, which caused him to blush. When Xianxia and the others appeared, Xiao's face had completely reddened and his gaze darted around as though he wasn't sure where to look. Seeing that, Xianxia frowned and asked caringly, "Are you hurt?" Xianxia replied meekly, "No, we haven't started fighting yet." A puzzled Xianxia asked, "Why are you flushed then? Your vitality also seems a bit agitated." Xiao's face turned a shade redder as he wasn't sure how he should explain himself. At this moment, he couldn't wait to look for a hole and bury his head in. Xianxia took a look at Xianxia and the muscles, then he broke into laughter. In fact, Xianxia couldn't be blamed as the female muscles' outfits were on the skimpy side. All of them only had their most sensitive parts covered while the rest of their fair skin was exposed to the sea. Their long bare legs were especially alluring. Xianxia knew that if he saw such a sight when he was younger, his vitality would boil a bit as well. Although Xianxia had cultivated inside the Flowing Time Temple for 500 years, he had never seen so many beautiful women before. Despite his age, he was still considered a young child in the Dragon Clan. He almost couldn't take it anymore as it was the first time he saw so many alluring ladies. Noticing the weird smile on Xianxia's face, Xianxia secretly took a look at the muscles, and then she realized what had happened. After shooting a glare at Xianxia, she turned to look at the leader of the muscles and said, "Flowing Time Great Emperor's disciple Xianxia greets Senior. May I ask your honored name?" They had come all the way here to retrieve the Great Emperor's remains, which was why she called herself Flowing Time Great Emperor's disciple instead of a disciple of High Heaven Palace. There were many methods here to retrieve what they were after, but since they held no grudge against the Muscle Clan, it would be best if they could refrain from getting into any conflict. Moreover, the Muscle had a big family including old folks and young children. If a fight broke out, killing innocents would surely leave a bad taste in their mouths. Hence, the best solution was to settle things peacefully. Upon hearing what she had to say, the Muscle shot her a glance and grinned. "Are you the one who chased after me just now?" Seeing that someone was trying to capture him earlier, the Muscle immediately turned around and fled, so he didn't manage to make out Xiaoxia's face. Nevertheless, he was aware that the person was a woman, so now that he saw her, he could instantly recognize her. Xianxia replied with a smile, "I meant no disrespect, Senior. Please forgive me." However, the Muscle bellowed, "Why did you pursue this king across this vast sea? Do you think this king is easy to bully?" He then swung his arms. "I ran away not because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. But I didn't expect that you'd cross the line by following this king back to his home. This is outrageous. I'll swallow you down without leaving a single bone left." Xianxia hurriedly said, "I'm thankful for your magnanimity, Senior, but there is a good reason we pursued you. Please pardon us." "A reason?" The Muscle crossed his arms and appeared to be haughty. "There's a reason for chasing after this king? Let's hear it then." Xianxia replied politely, "We wish to obtain something from you." On the other hand, Xianxia finally managed to stabilize his breathing as he said, "If you give it to us, we will leave now and not make things difficult for you all." The atmosphere around the Muscles changed when they heard this. The female Muscles, who were originally ogling Xianxia, turned grim all of a sudden as their gazes turned cold. The male Muscles pushed their monster chi and sported grave expressions. The leading Muscle chuckled. "You want something from this king?" Xianxia said, "Don't worry, we don't ask for it for free." We will give you something in return of appropriate value. Before she even finished her words, the leading muscle shouted, "Don't even dream of it. The reason this king even bothered to speak with you is that you spoke politely, but I never expected that you would actually be such an ill-intentioned woman. Go back to where you came from now, otherwise this king will ensure you all die a horrible death." The barrier around the secluded home had opened up. The muscle hid inside it and threatened them, but he was far from being imposing. Xianxia said with a frown, "Senior must have misunderstood us. There is no misunderstanding," the muscle shouted as he didn't give Xianxia a chance to speak. At the same time, he swung his short arms. "Scram, scram! Before you anger this king." The muscle waved his hands, after which the seawater swept across Xianxia and the others. Even though the waves were not harmful, it went to show that the muscle was truly powerful. Xianxia knitted her brows as the other party insisted on chasing them away, so there was no way they could talk it out. After giving it a thought, she stared at the muscle and said, "Don't blame me for what I'm about to do, then." Upon finishing her words, she took a step forward and performed a hand seal before pointing at the barrier. Without the need to be told what to do, Xianxia pushed out his palms at the barrier at the same time as Xianxia. His movement was slow, but he appeared determined. Their moves seemed light and didn't exude any aura. The muscle put on a sneer. With his arms crossed, he remained behind the barrier and stared mockingly at Xianxia. "It seems that you have no idea about your own limitations. The barrier around this secluded home has been fine-tuned over the generations. Do you even think you see it?" All of a sudden, he stopped talking and the smile on his face froze. That was because the moment Xianxia and Xiao came into contact with the barrier, a snapping sound was heard, and following that, countless cracks started appearing on the light screen. All the adult muscles were flabbergasted, while the little muscles, who were looking on curiously, immediately closed their shells and hid in them before rolling backwards. The cracking sounds continued to ring out as the Muscle King's eyes turned bloodshot. With a horrified expression, he stared fixedly at the barrier around the secluded home. It was as though the cracks were appearing on his heart instead of the barrier. He couldn't understand why the two youngsters, who didn't seem powerful at all, were able to achieve this. There was no time for him to ponder, though, as a few breaths later, with a loud crash, the barrier collapsed. "How dare you?" the Muscle King bellowed. The muscles around him activated their monster chi and prepared themselves for the imminent battle. Just then, a few figures appeared out of thin air. Following a neighing sound, demon chi could be seen surging as 4 half-saints appeared at the same time and surrounded all the muscles. In addition, Xianxia assumed his true form and howled. His mouth was so wide that he seemed able to devour over 10 muscles at the same time. Lu Yen also performed a hand seal, after which a phantom fire phoenix appeared behind her, exuding a terrifying aura. Faced with this group of muscles, they didn't actually need so many people to deal with them. Lu Yen or Xianxia alone would be enough to destroy them. However, Xianxia still summoned all the half-saints he had with him, not because he wanted to kill, but because he wanted to intimidate. He had no grudges against the Muscle Clan, so he wasn't willing to kill them. However, if a fight broke out, Xianxia couldn't guarantee that no harm would be done. If both parties became locked in a battle to the death, the outcome would be terrible. Therefore, Xianxia decided to showcase all the power at his disposal in hopes that the muscles would realize that there was no way they could win. When the 4 half-saints appeared, all the muscles gasped and stopped making any moves. Upon realizing how powerful the half-saints were, they were all flustered, and after Xianxia showed his true form and the fire phoenix appeared, all of them felt as if they had been thrown into the coldest of blizzards. Who are these people? Besides the two youngsters, all the others present were clearly not small characters. As their powerful divine senses permeated the area, all the muscles felt their mouths turn dry and they couldn't help but clench their shells as though they could find a sense of security by doing so. Initially, they thought that there were not many people on the other side, so there was no need to fear them. However, they didn't expect to see such a turn of events. The Muscle King was, fortunately, a tactful man. So after being startled for a moment, he quickly exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Then, he turned to look at Xianxia as he saw that it was the latter who summoned all the half-saints, which was why he understood that Xianxia was the leader of this group. Feeling both terrified and humiliated, the Muscle King said, "This time, my Muscle Clan admits defeat. This Bang-Banger will give you what you want. However, if you dare harm any of my clan, we will fight to the death." Hearing this, all the muscles were shocked before they called out in sorrow, "Great King!" Some of the muscles appeared furious as they swept a hate-filled glance over Xianxia and the others before saying through clenched teeth, "Great King, you don't have to be afraid of them. We would rather die than admit defeat. We will fight. Fight! Great King, please give the order." The Muscle King, Bang-Banger, however, just bellowed, "Silence!" Anyone could act bravely in the heat of the moment, and if he really gave the order, there was no doubt that the Muscle Clan had the courage to charge forward. But the consequences would be dreadful. Given the collective power the other side had showcased, they could easily destroy the entire Muscle Clan. The over 100 muscles were totally no match for them. He was the leader of the Muscle Clan, so he had to act in the interest of everyone. If he could sacrifice himself to ensure the safety of his clan, it would be a good deal. If anyone dares to say one more word, they will be punished according to the clan's laws. He swept a glance over them and realized that no one dared to speak again. He had been king for many years, so the others wouldn't dare to disobey him. He took one more look at Xianxia and gritted his teeth. Then, he opened his mouth and stuffed his hand into it. When he withdrew his hand, a light seemed to be shining from his hand, as though the moon had suddenly appeared in the depths of the sea. What he had in his hand was longan-sized, and it radiated a soft light. It was apparently a peak rank pearl. This was not just a pearl though, it was also Bang-Banger's monster core. Monster chi could be felt flowing within the pearl, making a sound akin to the churning of the ocean waves. Bang-Banger turned his head away and extended his hand towards Xianxia. "Take it." He didn't want to look at it because he was reluctant to part with his monster core. His years of cultivation had been condensed in this monster core, so if he lost it, he would die a few years later. While Xianxia was shocked, Xiao failed to stifle a laugh. Xianxia shook his head and said, "You've misunderstood us. We didn't come here for this thing." Bang-Banger's pearl was a 12th order monster core, and a peak rank one at that. It was of the best quality. Moreover, his monster core had such a wonderful appearance, so it was more precious than the average 12th order monster core. Anyone would agree that it was a rare treasure. However, it was useless for Xianxia to obtain it as he had countless monster cores in his space ring. In the past, he had collected over 1,000,000 monster cores in ancient wildlands, many of which were 12th order. There was no doubt that Bang-Banger's monster core was valuable, but Xianxia wasn't interested. Since the very beginning, all the Muscle Clan members had misunderstood their intention. A startled Bang-Banger turned to look at Xianxia and said, "You don't want this?" In disbelief, he asked again, "You really don't want this?" With a solemn expression, Xianxia shook his head. No, it was unthinkable that a human wouldn't want a monster core from the Muscle Clan. It was difficult for the Muscle Clan to survive in the sea because they were always hunted by humans. The monster cores from the Muscle Clan were unlike those from other monsters, which was why they were favored by human women. They loved to put Muscle Clan's monster cores in their rooms because the cores would radiate a gentle light at night. If they wore the cores regularly, it could even help with preserving their youth. That was the reason Bang-Banger ran away when he saw Xianxia, because he thought that she was one of those beauty-loving young ladies who wanted to snatch his monster core. After reaching his secluded home, she even went so far as to ask him for something. Naturally, Bang-Banger thought that she wanted his monster core, which was why he directly rejected her. Unexpectedly, that wasn't what she was looking for. A relieved Bang-Banger said joyfully, "You should have told me earlier. You nearly scared me to death. I thought that you... Ah ha." He then quickly gulped down his monster core and patted his belly as he was finally able to be at ease. Xianxia smiled helplessly and shook her head. She wanted to make it clear to him, but he didn't even give her a chance to speak. So how was she able to reveal her intention? A misunderstanding. It's all just a misunderstanding. All the muscles played along with bright smiles on their faces. As long as she wasn't here to snatch their monster cores, they were fine with anything else. All the muscles were terrified as humans kept hunting them down to snatch their monster cores, which was why they had moved to the deepest part of the sea in an attempt to avoid them. Staring at Xianxia, Bang-Banger scratched his head and asked, What does this young lady want? It was then Xianxia told him their purpose of coming here. We're looking for a bone. Upon hearing that, Bang Banger turned solemn and said grimly, What do you mean? Xianxia replied with a smile, I'm looking for my honored master's remains. If I'm not mistaken, it is with you now. Please show it to me. Bang Banger sized her up and shook his head. Impossible! Hearing that, Xiao became infuriated as he shouted, Hey Muscle, I'm warning you, don't even think about pulling any tricks on us. This young master has been magnanimous enough not to kill you so far, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you. Xianxia lifted her hand and looked smilingly at the muscle. What do you mean by that? Ignoring Xiao, Bang Banga stared fixedly at Xianxia and said seriously, I do have a certain bone with me, but it's impossible that it belongs to your honored master. You must be mistaken. Xianxia said, I would never be mistaken about this matter. I have cultivated my honored master's secret arts so I can detect the aura of the bone when it is nearby. Right now, I am certain it is with you. Bang Banger nodded. I do have a bone with me, but it has been passed down through the generations within the Muscle clan, so it has been countless years now since we obtained it. I don't believe you're anywhere near old enough for it to belong to your honored master. After he nodded, he repeatedly shook his head. With a smile, Xianxia parted her lips and said, Senior, please allow me to explain it to you. My honored master indeed passed away a long time ago. My junior brother and I only recently received the opportunity to obtain his inheritance, but we have never met him. However, one thing is irrefutable. Since we have received honored master's inheritance, we are his disciples. Upon learning that his remains were still scattered somewhere in this world, it is our duty to retrieve them and enshrine them properly. Upon hearing this, Bang Banger finally understood what was going on as he batted his eyes. Then your honored master is Flowing Time Great Emperor, Xianxia replied. Bang Banger gasped and exclaimed, Flowing Time Great Emperor? Even though he was a sea monster, he was aware of who Flowing Time Great Emperor was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted in such a way. The Muscle clan knew that this bone must be extraordinary, but they hadn't expected that it actually belonged to such a powerful figure. He was the only great emperor who had mastered the Tao of Time throughout history. After recovering from his shock, Bang Banger put on a conflicted expression and said, I see. No wonder. Xianxia asked curiously, Senior, what do you mean? Bang Banger quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare to be addressed in such a way by the great emperor's legacy disciple. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. He then took a few steps backwards and saluted her. On behalf of the Muscle clan, Bang Banger greets patron god's legacy disciples. Initially, the leader of the Muscle clan fled in embarrassment when he saw Xianxia. Then he became haughty in front of his secluded home. Now he respectfully saluted Xiao and Xianxia. Anyone would be confused by his constant changes in behavior. Following him, the other muscles saluted as well, including those little muscles. The little ones had tiny, stubby limbs, but they still imitated their leader and performed a salute, which made them look truly adorable. Xianxia was lost for words for a moment before she asked, Senior, what do you mean? Bang Banger replied with a smile. We had some misunderstandings before this. I never expected that we were actually all one family and just did not recognize one another. Please forgive Bang Banger for offending you earlier, patron god's legacy disciples. Xiao batted his eyes. Are you talking about our honored master when you mention this patron god? He was puzzled by what the Muscle King had said, so he had to ask him about it. Bang Banger quickly nodded. My Muscle clan has benefited greatly from patron god over the years. That is why we address him in such a way, and we've always worshipped him in our clan. Despite that, we have never had the chance to discover his true name. It wasn't until today we learned that patron god is actually the legendary Flowing Time Great Emperor. We are so ashamed. Xiangshui's gaze brightened when she heard that. You mean he hasn't truly died yet? Even Yang Kai straightened up. If the great emperor was dead, how was he able to give them any benefits? Bang Banga shook his head. That is not the case. Next, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone, which appeared as spotless as a piece of white jade. However, the bone was different from the one-winged lord with him and seemed to be a bone from the forearm. Yang Shui was right to say that the great emperor's remains were with Bang Banger. The leader of the muscle clan had basically refined the bone into his body and only took it out now. Seeing the bone, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui immediately knew that it belonged to their honored master. Others might not be able to sense it, but they could detect the time principles hidden inside. Xianxia's eyes turned bloodshot as there was indeed another bone. It seemed that the great emperor's corpse had really been dismembered. He wondered how dangerous the outer universe must be that even a top cultivator like the great emperor ended up in such a miserable state. Bang Banga held the bone in his hand and sported a conflicted expression. After a moment of hesitation, he respectfully extended the bone towards Yang Shui with both hands. "This must be the bone you're looking for." Yang Shui nodded and solemnly accepted it. As soon as she came into contact with the bone, she shuddered for a moment. She didn't make any move, but the bone suddenly glinted. Following that, a golden pattern appeared on the bone as a strange aura spread around, which caused everyone's mind to turn blank. It seemed to be just a short moment, but it also felt as though 1,000 years had passed, and when they came to their senses, they realized that the bone had become normal again, with no anomalies about it. No one would think that what happened was just an illusion, though. Flowing Time Great Emperor was extremely powerful, so even his remnant bones contained traces of his divine ability. Even though it had been a long time since he passed away, his strength was still hidden in his remains. It was normally hidden, and it would only be revealed when the great emperor's disciple came into contact with them. The last bit of doubt behind Bang Banger's gaze vanished, and instead he directed a gentle look toward Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Even though Yang Shui said she was Flowing Time's successor, she couldn't provide any evidence, so it wasn't until this moment that he finally completely believed her. With a faint smile, Bang Banger said, "Our ancestor accidentally came across this bone many years ago." Even though he could tell that it was extraordinary, he was unable to unravel what secrets hid within it. Since then, the bone has been passed down over the generations. Finally, it has been returned to its rightful owner. "Congratulations." Yang Shui put away the bone and gazed at him. "Senior, what do you mean that you've benefited from my honored master?" Bang Banger quickly waved his hands. "Since you are Patron God's legacy disciple, you must stop addressing me as senior. Just call me by name." He then paused for a moment before asking, "How old do you all think I am?" This was an odd question, but it was apparent that he wouldn't have asked a random question for no reason. It must have something to do with the current situation. Yang Xiao immediately replied, "You're fairly powerful, but you don't look very old. Monsters are supposed to enjoy a long life anyway, so I would guess that you're about 2,000 years old now." "You're wrong." Bang Banger shook his head. He decided to tell them the answer straight away instead of keeping them guessing. "I don't remember my exact age, but I'm over 8,000 years old now today." Yang Kai and the others were shocked when they heard this. As compared to Bang Banger's cultivation, he had indeed enjoyed an extremely long life at 8,000 years old. Furthermore, he didn't even look that old. Nevertheless, they soon realized that it must have something to do with the bone. As expected, Bang Banger went on to explain, "I am a monster king, a high-rank monster king to be precise. I've lived such a long life already, but I still feel youthful. It isn't that we muscles are blessed with long life, but rather all thanks to Patron God's remains. After our old ancestor obtained this bone, he couldn't figure out the secrets inside it, but he realized that his life had been lengthened with the bone around. So, over the generations, every leader of the Muscle Clan had enjoyed a long life. Other than those who had lost their lives in battles against other monster clans, the longest-living king enjoyed a 13,000-year-long life. This was all thanks to Patron God's blessing." After a pause, he went on to say, "We have lived in this vast sea for many generations, and even though we refrain from fighting with others, calamities will still descend upon us from time to time. There are not many of us, and we don't have a lot of top masters. It so happens that several times in the past our clan was almost wiped out. The reason we were able to endure was thanks to Patron God's remains. While I cannot truly use it in times of great crisis, I am still able to draw out a portion of its power to destroy my enemies." Bang Banger was the leader of the Muscle Clan. If he were in danger, the entire Muscle Clan would be at risk of going extinct. In such a circumstance, drawing on the great emperor's power could indeed assist him. It hadn't happened to him before, but the previous leaders of the clan had apparently experienced this. That was the reason the muscles always worshipped the bone's owner and regarded him to be their patron god. However, it wasn't until this day that they found out who the bone's owner was. After the explanation, Bang Banga said with a smile, "We owe patron god a huge favor. Not only have we found out his name today, but we have also realized that he has legacy disciples in this world. All of us from the Muscle clan cannot express the depths of our joy." Xianxia said, "Senior is too courteous. My junior brother and I must offer proper thanks for returning these remains to us." Bang Banger waved his hands. "This is what I should do. Patron God has blessed us many times already. Since his legacy disciples are here now, the bone should return to you." It wasn't certain what he really thought about the matter, but at the very least he appeared sincere. In any case, it wasn't like he had a choice. The muscles were now surrounded by 6 half-saints. If he dared to say no, they would cease to exist in the next instant. Xianxia asked, "If you return the bone to me, will it affect your health in any way?" The reason Bang Banga had lived for such a long time was thanks to the great emperor's remains. If the bone was taken away from him, it wasn't certain how long he could still live. Hearing that, Bang Banga replied with a smile, "I would be lying if I said I wouldn't be affected in any way, but it's just that I won't live as long as the ancestors before me. Regardless, the years I should still live will not be taken away from me. Given my current condition now, I believe that I'll still be around for another 1 or 2,000 years at least." Xianxia nodded her head and said, "My junior brother and I will make it up to you in the future. There's no need for that." Bang Banga kept shaking his hands. Then he let out a long breath as though he had put down something. After that, he sported a passionate expression, "We are honored to have patron God's 2 legacy disciples here. If you are open to the idea, why not come inside and have a chat? I have something else to tell you about." Upon hearing that, Xianxia took a look at her big brother. Yang Kai said with a smile, "In that case, we will be imposing on your hospitality." They had chased after Bang Banger and even taken the great emperor's bone, which he had kept for many years, away from him. It would be inappropriate if they left just like this. Since Bang Banger was so inviting, it wouldn't matter for them to go in and have a chat. An elated Bang Banger turned around and shouted, "We have very important guests today. All of you, begin preparing. We must host a grand banquet." The little muscles imitated their king and cheered loudly. At that instant, all the muscles started getting busy. Half of the muscles returned to their homes to get things ready, while the remaining muscles stayed with their king to welcome their honored guests. Yang Kai directly shuffled forward while Lu Yen was walking alongside him. Qiong Qi and the half-saints walked behind them, followed by Yang Shui while Yang Xiao brought up the rear. It wasn't that Yang Xiao walked too slowly, though. It was just that he had been surrounded by the flirtatious and alluring Muscle Clan ladies. They really loved this beautiful white dragon like Yang Xiao. When both parties were in conflict just now, it would be inappropriate for them to be forward with him. But now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, all of the ladies with different styles and demeanors surrounded him. Yang Xiao's face had completely reddened, and before he could say anything, 2 muscle ladies took his arms from both sides and lugged him into the secluded home. Seeing how dazed he was, they all started giggling. The fragrance coming from the ladies made Yang Xiao feel like he was on cloud 9 and he seemed to be seeing stars. After entering the secluded home, Yang Kai stood before a sculpture, which appeared very ancient. The imposing sculpture was placed in a central square inside the secluded home. It was apparent that the sculptor was an expert in this field as his work looked lifelike and alive. However, what was puzzling was that the sculpture didn't have any facial features. On the side, Bang Banger explained politely, "We have benefited from patron God's blessings, but we have never seen him before. One of our ancestors placed this sculpture here so that the future generations could continue to worship him. They were not sure what the bone's owner looked like, so they didn't carve a face onto it. Nevertheless, they could tell that he must be an extraordinary person, which was why they made the sculpture look imposing." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Do you need any help? One of us has seen the great emperor before." Upon hearing that, Bang Banga was astounded. It had been countless years since flowing time great emperor passed away, so he hadn't expected that someone had actually seen him before. How long had this person lived? Regardless, this was wonderful news to him, so he naturally wouldn't reject it. Thus, he quickly said, "It is the greatest wish of all our ancestors to know the face of our patron God. Please, it would be our honor if we could have help with filling in the details of the sculpture's face. Yang Kai turned to look at Xianxia. The only person among them who had seen flowing time Great Emperor was Xianxia. Even though Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had received the Great Emperor's inheritance, they had no idea what their honored master looked like. That was why they also looked expectantly at Xianxia. Xianxia determinedly moved past Yang Kai with a serious expression. As he looked up at the huge sculpture, there seemed to be a tinge of longing and sorrow on his face. Soon, those emotions vanished from his face though and were replaced by a solemn expression. After that, he condensed his monster chi and lifted his hand. The monster chi agglomerated on his finger and turned into a graver. Following that, he leapt into the air as the graver turned into afterimages. At that instant, stone crumbs could be seen scattering around. Xianxia kept carving without stopping, the entire process as smooth as flowing water. Even though he wasn't a master in the art of sculpting, given his powerful cultivation, he was still able to do it with ease. Despite the fact that he was just helping out to fill in the details, he was still doing it seriously. Every cut and stroke he made was the result of the condensation of his cultivation. After 30 breaths, Xianxia put his hand down. The crowd looked up at the sculpture and sported different expressions. Most of them were surprised. Flowing Time Great Emperor was one of the most famous figures in the history of the star boundary. Even though it had been a long time since he passed away, his legends were still spread around among the general public. Most people would think that such a top cultivator must have an extraordinary bearing and unique appearance. However, the truth was that, after Xianxia was done with carving out the Great Emperor's face, everyone realized that Flowing Time Great Emperor looked just like the average man, one who could simply disappear in a crowded street market. Nevertheless, a Great Emperor's power had nothing to do with his face. He was Flowing Time Great Emperor, so even his average-looking face became extraordinary because of his title. Then all of them paid homage to the Great Emperor. After stepping forward, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui respectively burned 3 incense sticks for their honored master and kowtowed to him. When they were done with all that, Bang Banger led all of them into the main hall where a welcoming aroma permeated the place. The muscles had prepared a feast for them as they awaited their honored guests to have a seat. Everyone was respectively served by a gentle and beautiful young muscle woman. In the middle of the hall, there were some alluring ladies who were dancing to the music. The prior confrontation was nothing more than a misunderstanding, and Bang Banger happened to come across their patron god's legacy disciples, which was why he was overjoyed as he kept proposing toasts to them. Even though the mussels lived under the sea, there had never been a lack of resources, so their homemade wines were especially mellow and aromatic, which were a treat to the taste buds. After they tasted some wine and dishes, Bang Banger suddenly said, "Sir, Madame, for your information, in this sea, we are not the only ones who have benefited from the Great Emperor's blessing. There are other clans in the sea that are in the same situation as well." Flowing Time Great Emperor was the patron god for the Mussel clan, which was why he called his legacy disciples Sir and Madame. It was a form of address to show his respect, so there was no problem with it. Yang Shui's gaze brightened when she heard that. "Senior means?" Bang Banger replied with a smile. "This is what I wanted to tell you. It wouldn't have mattered if we didn't know that Patron God still has some disciples in this world, but since both of you have come all the way here, it would be wrong to conceal the truth from you." He paused for a moment. Patron God's bone, as well as a message, has been passed down within the Mussel clan over the generations. Our old ancestor said that the Mussel clan wasn't the only one who had obtained the Patron God's remains. In this vast sea, some other clans have already received Patron God's blessings, which allowed them to thrive over the millennia. Upon hearing that, Yang Xiao stopped drinking his wine and stared at Bang Banger. "Senior, do you know where those clans are?" Bang Banger replied with a smile, "I'm not sure about the others, but it's highly likely that Patron God's remains are in a particular place." Yang Shui and Yang Xiao asked at the same time, "Where?" 50,000 kilometers to the west of our territory is a certain shrimp clan's territory. It's highly likely that Old Shrimp has a piece of the Patron God's remains. What do you mean that it's highly likely? Yang Xiao arched his brow. Bang Bango explained, because Old Shrimp has lived for many, many years. Without Patron God's remains, he couldn't have achieved this. The muscles had one piece of flowing time great emperor's bones, so they knew what it could do. The situation in the shrimp clan was similar to that of their own, which was why he had this speculation. This came as a surprise as Xianxia immediately rose from the chair. What are we waiting for? We'll get back our honored master's remains from the shrimp clan right now. Then he turned to look at Xianxia. Little aunt, what do you think? Xianxia called him junior brother while he called her little aunt. Their relationship was really a mess. Xianxia nodded. We'll go together. Bang Banger quickly said, wait a moment. The situation within the shrimp clan is different from that of our clan. They might not be willing to return patron god's remains to you. They might also think that you all are swindlers. Let me gather up some people to help you out. Xianxia shot him a look and said with a smile, do you have any grudges against him? If there were no grudges between the mussel and shrimp clans, why was Bang Banger acting proactively and so eager to destroy the other clan through Xianxia and the others? Even though Xianxia had stayed in the flowing time temple for 500 years, he wasn't a fool. That was why he could easily see through the other's thoughts. Nevertheless, he didn't intend to get a reply from him. So before Bang Banger could explain anything, he went on to say, this is the internal affairs of the flowing time temple, so you don't have to worry about it. He didn't care what Bang Banger's intention was or whether the latter wanted to commit murder using a borrowed knife. Since they had found out that the shrimp clan might have the great emperor's remains, they had to go over. Bang Bango appeared slightly embarrassed, but since Xianxia had said as such, he didn't have the courage to insist on lending them a hand, thus he only said, I wish sir and madam great success in your endeavor then. Upon learning about the whereabouts of the great emperor's remains, Flowing Time's disciples were not willing to idle anymore as they wanted to set off immediately. Bang Banga pointed out the direction for them and saw them off. After that, all of them charged forward at full speed in this expansive sea. Halfway there, however, Yang Kai stopped all of a sudden. Seeing this, Yang Shui, Qiong Qi and the others quickly halted their pace as well. Only Yang Xiao shot forward for quite some distance before he came back and looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. Father, did you discover something? Yang Kai shook his head with a smile before he took a look at both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Both of you have grown up. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were puzzled by his statement as they looked inquisitively at him. Yang Kai went on to say, since you've grown up, you have to learn to walk on your own. As an intelligent young woman, Yang Shui immediately understood what he was trying to say and asked, Big brother, do you have to leave now? Yang Kai extended his hand to stroke her head and replied with a smile, yes, there are some things that require my immediate attention. Please go ahead then. Don't worry about Shower and me. With a straight face, Yang Kai said, I also have to bring your big sister Lu Yen and Uncle Qiong Qi with me. I might come across some formidable enemies this time, so I need as much support as possible. Before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Xiao became excited and said, we'll let Great Aunt and Old Qiong go with you, then. Little Aunt and I will handle the matter regarding our honored master. Yang Shui nodded. They had received the great emperor's inheritance and cultivated in his palace for 500 years. So they were like two tigers that had just left the mountain now. With Yang Kai around, they felt somewhat restricted, so upon hearing that he wanted to bring Lu Yen and Qiong Qi with him, while she felt somewhat sad, at the same time it was something she wanted as well. Yang Kai replied with a smile, even though you've achieved some success in your cultivation, you must remember that there's always someone stronger than you in this world. Don't ever think that you're peerless just because you've received the great emperor's inheritance. Even your honored master wasn't invincible, let alone two little kids like you. Adoptive father, I'm over 500 years old now. Yang Xiao corrected solemnly as he was no longer a young kid. Ignoring him entirely, Yang Kai continued, even though you two are not from the same generations, you're of similar ages. So you have to take care of one another and be careful. He paused for a moment. If you come across any danger, you must immediately use your space beacons. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui nodded in unison, we'll remember. Also, after you're done with this matter, Shower, you have to go back to Dragon Island, and Shui, you have to return to High Heaven Palace. Adoptive father, you're so long-winded. Yang Xiao pouted. Right after he finished speaking, he received a knock on his head from Yang Kai. However, he just giggled like nothing had happened. All right, I'll stop nagging at you. Now, go on. Yang Kai waved his hand as though he was chasing away two chicks. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui traded glances before they turned around and transformed into a beam of light that shot across the sea. Yang Kai, Xianxia, and Lu Yen remained in the same spot. With his eyes narrowed, he watched as the beam of light disappeared from his sight before he said, "Follow them. But don't make a move unless they've fallen into a life-or-death crisis." It was just an excuse that he might come across formidable enemies and that he needed more people with him. Xianxia was going to the lower star fields, so there was practically no one who could be a match for him there. Moreover, he still had 4 half-saints inside the small sealed world. Even if he really bumped into any powerful enemies, the 4 of them would be enough to deal with any unforeseen danger. The reason he said such a thing was that it was the perfect opportunity for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to test their own powers after 500 years of secluded cultivation. If Lu Yan and Xianxia were beside them, they would think that they still had some people to rely on. That was why Xianxia had to bring Lu Yan and Xianxia away from them and let them face their problems on their own. Whether they would come across any setbacks or opportunities, they had to deal with them by themselves. The flowers inside a greenhouse would bloom beautifully, but they wouldn't withstand the harsh winds and rain of the outside world. Xianxia understood this well, so after Xianxia told him to move in secret, he immediately nodded. Moreover, Xianxia indeed didn't have any time to stay by their side. His own matters had been delayed for quite some time, so he had to deal with them quickly. Xianxia then hid his aura before following them. On the other hand, Lu Yen wasn't willing to leave as she lifted her head and looked longingly at Xianxia, her big eyes as clear as a mountain stream. Xianxia smiled and stroked her head until her hair became a mess, but Lu Yen seemed satisfied as she beamed at him. Then, without saying a word, she raced after Xianxia. With Xianxia and Lu Yen protecting them, Xianxia was able to set his mind at ease. In this sea, no one should be able to harm them. After they were all gone, Xianxia remained where he was as he fell into his own thoughts. Then, he suddenly lifted his hand and landed a palm on his chest. He had exerted quite some force with his palm, which was why 2 of his ribs had broken as he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood and dampened his clothes. His face turned pale and he almost couldn't support his own weight. After coughing for a bit, he took a rest before using his space principles to activate one of the space beacons on his wrist. As the principles undulated, he disappeared from the spot and reached the other end of the space beacon in an instant. With a solemn expression, he began reading out the speech he had prepared. 61st Army Commander Xianxia greets Iron Blue. Shit! His greeting abruptly turned into a curse. It wasn't that he was disrespectful of the great emperor, but rather that he was shocked by the sight before his eyes. No matter how many circumstances he had imagined he would come across, the sight in front of him wasn't one of them. Xianxia was heading to the lower star field, so he had to go through Star Court first. Presently, Star Court was presided over by Iron Blood Great Emperor, which was why he activated the space beacon that was connected to Zhan Wuhen. Previously in 7 Mist Sea, Xianxia had given a space beacon to the Great Emperor. Supposedly, after the space beacon was activated, Xianxia should appear beside Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the place he was in was filled with demon chi. Lifting his head, he realized that the demon soldiers in front of him were seemingly endless, and it wasn't long before innumerable streams of divine sense came from all directions and targeted him. What's going on? Xianxia was dumbfounded as he subconsciously thought that Iron Blood Great Emperor must have barged into the demon army's base. Nevertheless, looking around, he realized that the Great Emperor was nowhere to be seen. However, he detected a very familiar energy fluctuation that was coming from a high-ranked demon king that was nearest to him. The high-ranked demon king was a corpse demon whose body was filthy and putrefied. Presently, he was just an arm's length away from Xianxia, so they were basically touching shoulders. Xianxia's expression darkened as he caught a whiff of the rancid smell. The corpse demon was startled for a moment. Anyone would be stumped when a person suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, the corpse demon's eyes brightened as he could recognize Xianxia. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately howled as his weltering demon chi swept across Xianxia. At the same time, he lifted his arms as his hands extended towards the ladder. Xianxia also pushed out a palm to parry the attack with his demon chi. As he activated his dragon transformation's secret art, his hand turned into a dragon claw. When their hands came into contact, The corpse demon started wailing instead as his arms twisted and shredded apart. He quickly changed his tactic by turning into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain was shaped like a giant, and the corpse demon's original appearance could only be faintly seen. However, the figure was actually made of many corpses which could be seen struggling and wailing. Their voices seemed able to terrify anyone. So many corpses had been crammed together that it really looked like a mountain. Yang Kai fully activated his dragon transformation secret art and turned into a 300-meter-long half-dragon. Then, the two gigantic figures clashed with each other head-on. Just then, a deafening dragon roar was heard which caused the corpses to fall like rain. 3 breaths later, the corpse mountain collapsed. Before the corpses even came into contact with the ground, they turned into pus which stank terribly. Yang Kai's 300-meter-tall figure seemed able to support the entire sky. There was a thing in his left hand that was pounding hard. It was none other than the corpse demon's demon heart. In just a move, the demon heart was taken away from him. The corpse demon couldn't sustain his current form anymore as he shrunk to a human-sized figure. Then, he collapsed to the ground, and there was a hole in his chest that could be seen through from the front to the back. Yang Kai looked down at him with his golden eyes. He seemed authoritative as though he was a deity. Exerting more force with his hand, he was able to crush the demon heart apart with ease. The corpse demon immediately became paralyzed, but he hadn't passed away yet. As a high-rank demon king, there was definitely more than one demon heart in his body, so it didn't matter that one of them had been destroyed. As long as the demon heart remained, the demon race would never die. He wailed as dark blood streamed out of his mouth. Then he attempted to get to his feet to flee. Nevertheless, Yang Kai lifted his foot and pressed him down. With a loud thud, the ground seemed to be shaking and the figure beneath his foot exploded into blood. The corpse demon didn't even manage to grunt in pain before he was killed. In just 5 breaths' time, a high-rank demon king had fallen. Yang Kai had almost always fought people above his realm, so now that he had ascended to the high-rank demon king realm, he was even able to battle against a pseudo-great emperor like Windlord, so it didn't take him much effort to kill another high-rank demon king. After the corpse demon was killed, Yang Kai spread his right palm and revealed a tiny bead, which was a space beacon. It was the one that he had given to Iron Blood Great Emperor when he was in Seven Mists Sea. There were only 2 possible reasons why the space beacon had fallen into the corpse demon's hands. First, the corpse demon had killed Iron Blood Great Emperor and looted his stuff. However, could a high-rank demon king kill a great emperor? That was impossible. Even if Zhan Wuhen just stood there without resisting, this high-rank demon king wouldn't be able to harm him even if he kept on attacking for 100 years without rest. Since it was impossible for the high-rank demon king to have killed the great emperor, only one possibility was left. The great emperor had secretly placed the space beacon on the corpse demon's body. The uses of space beacons were no longer a secret in the star boundary. They could be used to send messages and transfer some items. Yang Kai suddenly gave Zhan Wuhen a space beacon, so the great emperor knew that Yang Kai would be looking for him one day. Iron Blood Great Emperor wasn't willing to see Yang Kai again, so he just took it without saying anything, but he soon placed the bead in the hands of a demon king. That was why, after Yang Kai activated the space beacon, he immediately appeared among the demon soldiers. Realizing this, Yang Kai's expression darkened. With his 300-meter-tall figure, he just killed a high-ranked demon king like the latter was a chicken. After that, he sported a dark expression, so it seemed that he still hadn't killed enough. All the demons were horrified. There didn't seem to be an end to the demon soldiers in this base. But at this moment, the place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Soon, a few figures flew over and they exuded the auras of half-saints. Apparently, they noticed the noises over there. The speed of half-saints was fast, so it would only take them a few breaths to reach this place. Before they even arrived, they had targeted Yang Kai with their auras. Yang Kai took a look in that direction and gently let out a breath. Then he yelled in a deafening voice, "Tell Kenyi to wash his neck and wait for me. This king will definitely come to claim his skull one day." After he finished speaking, he shot a glance at the half-saint that was nearest to him. Then he sneered and took a step forward before his gigantic figure vanished into thin air. A few breaths later, some figures landed on the spot where Yang Kai was standing earlier. The half-saints had finally arrived, but Yang Kai was already gone and only a puddle of dark blood was left on the ground. All of them sported grim expressions. Despite the fact that so many demon soldiers were around, Xianxia was still able to come and go as he pleased. Not only had he killed a high-ranked demon king, but he had also threatened to destroy their master, which was humiliating for them. They hadn't really suffered from any damage as they had only lost a high-ranked demon king, but this kind of humiliation was unacceptable for them. However, the half-saints didn't understand what Xianxia was up to. Did he come all the way here just to showcase his power or threaten them? That would be quite childish if that was true. After giving it a thought, they still couldn't figure out what Xianxia's secret plot was, so they could only tell everyone else to put up their guard. In fact, Xianxia didn't have any secret plot. He was also astounded to have appeared among the demon soldiers all of a sudden. Fortunately, Qinyi wasn't around, otherwise he might not even be able to flee. The half-saints couldn't seal off space to stop him from fleeing, but Qinyi could do that. If he came across Qinyi just now, he would have lost his life. Thus, Xianxia cursed at Zhan Wuhen in his heart, utterly incensed. However, he had appeared in that place and killed a high-ranked demon king, so it would have been awkward if he just left like that, which was why he left behind a threat. It wasn't just a threat, though, as it was his true intention as well. Compared to the demon saints, he was more resentful of Qinyi. That was because Qinyi, as a great emperor of the star boundary, ignored the plight of the people in his own world and opened up the two worlds passage, which allowed the demon armies to invade the star boundary and cause their world to descend into turmoil. Besides that, he stemmed from a shadow demon's bloodline, which was why he had the urge to acknowledge his own ancestry. During the war on Eternal Sky Continent, while Bright Moon fought alone against impossible odds, Qinyi had hidden on the side and launched a sneak attack at the critical moment, severely wounding Bright Moon and destroying all chances he had to flee. It could be said that Qinyi's sudden attack was the last straw that broke Bright Moon's back, so he was one of the main reasons behind Bright Moon's death. Xianxia had received Bright Moon's blessings, so he had a duty to seek revenge for him, which was why he had to kill Qinyi one day. When he reappeared, he caught a whiff of a fragrance, and a four-post bed came into his sight. He was startled for a moment before realizing that it was a woman's room. Turning around, he was met with a pair of bright eyes. Then he put on a grin, "Yang." After saying just one word, Xianxia's voice caught in his throat. Lowering his gaze, he saw a fair and slender neck, then two great snow-covered towering peaks. Following that, it was the woman's flat belly. "Why are you still staring?" An enraged Yang Yan swiftly extended two fingers and poked Xianxia's eyes. As Xianxia saw the alluring woman in the state she was brought into the world, all of a sudden he fell into a dazed state while Yang Yan made a move, which was why he was unable to react. After his eyes were poked, he felt excruciating pain and started seeing stars. After a grunt, he couldn't help staggering backwards. After stabilizing himself, he forcefully rubbed his eyes as tears streamed down his face. Yang Yan hadn't fully used her power, so Xianxia wouldn't really be hurt, but his vision definitely would become blurred for a while. A moment later, his vision finally regained focus, but his eyes had reddened as though he had gotten a cloud of dust in them. Lifting his head, he realized that Yang Yan was already fully clothed as she stared at him with a perfect smile. Xianxia's face twitched as he could see the murderous intent behind her smile. At that instant, he knew that he was unlucky again. Initially, he wanted to use the space beacon to look for Ironblood Great Emperor, but he arrived at the demon's army base instead. Then, he thought that he could look for Yang Yan. After all, she was from Star Court as well, so she might be able to help. However, he hadn't expected to walk in on her when she was getting changed, which was just terrible timing. Basically, today was the day that everything had gone wrong for him. After giving it a thought, he said seriously, "I'll have to start the story with Senior Zhan Wuhen." "Get out," Yang Yan demanded. "Huh?" Xianxia was startled. Yang Yan pointed at the door and said through clenched teeth, "I said get out." Without saying a word, Xianxia sniffled and turned around to leave the room. Then he closed the door. After waiting for a while with his hands hidden in his sleeves, he coughed and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home?" Yang Yan's voice was heard coming from inside. "Come in." With a grin, Xianxia pushed the door open and entered the room, only to see that she was already seated at the table with a cup of tea in her hand. She was sipping the tea in an elegant manner, her red lips particularly attractive. Without waiting for her to say anything, Xianxia directly took a seat. Yang Yen said with a smile. You're acting like you're a close friend of mine. The murderous intent and coldness on her face had vanished, as though nothing had happened earlier. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. After several cups, he finally calmed down and let out a long sigh. I'm not an outsider, so. Yang Kai made small talk with Yang Yen to ease the tension, and only after making sure that she really wasn't mad at him did he set his mind at ease and asked about the current affairs in the star boundary. Yang Yen replied with a smile. The support for the demons has been cut off, and even the demon saints are unable to interfere. Only Qin Yi is left to be in charge of everything, so how are they going to make a fuss again? Moreover, you've brought with you so many helpers from the demon realm, 3 of whom are demon saints. With the situation stacked so heavily in our favor, if Li Wui couldn't destroy the last pockets of resistance, wouldn't he have lived all those years in vain? That said, things cannot be rushed, so it'll take a few years before the dust settles. After hearing her explanation, Yang Kai learned that while he was busy, the 54 armies in the star boundary had rallied and limited the demons to a small area in the Western Territory. They had launched several small-scale battles and won every time. Moreover, Changtian, Yurumeng, and Bailey Mo had separated an army of their own, which further destroyed the morale of the demon armies. Recently, many of the demons had come to their side. The situation was indeed in their favor, however, Yang Yen was right to say that it couldn't be rushed. They had to act methodically. Even though the support for the demons had been cut off, countless demons had invaded the star boundary prior to that. It was an arduous task to destroy all of them. First of all, they had to be wary that the demons might be driven to act desperately. Secondly, they had to be cautious that some of the demons might hide among the common people. All 54 armies had their own tasks as they encircled the demons and made sure no enemies could flee. When the right time came, there was bound to be an epic battle. The 61st Army had just been founded, so they didn't have any generals and soldiers yet. They were still in the process of making preparations, so they probably wouldn't be able to help out with the current war effort. However, Yao Si was left in charge of the 61st Army now, so there was nothing Yang Kai had to worry about. Furthermore, destroying the demons in the star boundary was just the beginning. Their ultimate goal was to devour the entire demon realm. Certainly, the 61st Army would shine and make a name for itself one day. After they were done with discussing the war, Yang Yen suddenly asked, "Why were you looking for me?" She knew that if there was nothing important, Yang Kai wouldn't have used the space beacon to appear beside her. Since he was here for something, she simply smiled. "Just tell me straight away." They had known each other for many years, so Yang Kai could just be straightforward to her. "Where's Senior Iron Blood?" "I need to see him," Yang Kai replied. Yang Yen shook her head. "You'll be disappointed then. Senior Iron Blood and Senior Serene Soul are trying to find Qin Ye's whereabouts. They've ordered that if there's nothing serious, we should not contact them. If it's really something important, just tell me about it and I'll pass on your message to him later." Yang Kai was surprised upon hearing this and asked, "They're trying to hunt down Qin Yi?" At that instant, he finally understood why the space beacon given to Iron Blood Great Emperor had fallen into the hands of a demon king. Presently, only Qin Yi was in charge of the demon realm forces in the star boundary. It was said that to defeat one's enemies, one had to capture the leader first. As long as they could kill Qin Yi, the remaining demon armies would fall apart, which would then save countless lives on the star boundary side. Qin Ye's title, however, was Night Shadow, so he was an expert in stealth and launching sneak attacks. Even though Iron Blood and Serene Soul had joined forces, it still wasn't easy for them to find his whereabouts. Any small move would alert their enemy. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, Zhan Wuhen decided to throw away the space beacon to prevent Yang Kai from appearing at an inopportune moment and alert Qin Yi. That must be the reason. Forget it. I know very well that it isn't the main reason. Yang Kai wanted to come up with an excuse for Zhan Wuhen for throwing the space beacon away. However, it was apparent that Zhan Wuhen had a bias against him. Otherwise, he could have just kept the space beacon in his space ring. With the space ring's isolation, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to directly connect to it. Having failed in his attempt to come up with an excuse to console himself, Yang Kai became incensed again. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Since he isn't around, I'll just make a request to you. And I want to go to the lower star field. In fact, he also wanted Zhan Wuhen to make another command token for him. Even though the original token was still around, the Great Emperor's divine ability inside it was gone as Yang Kai had used it in the Flowing Time Temple. Something seemed to be lacking when no Great Emperor's divine ability was stored in the token. Because of this, Yang Kai had even landed a palm on his chest to make himself look miserable. He wanted to tell Zhan Wuhen that he had fought a great battle against Wind Lord, risking his own life to obtain a victory. However, he couldn't even find Zhan Wuhen now, so this matter had to be put aside. Just go if you want to. You're the Starfield Guardian, so that's basically your territory. Who can stop you if you want to go there? Yang Yen giggled happily. How do I get there? Yang Kai batted his eyes. Yang Yen replied curiously, haven't you refined the Starfield source already? Just communicate with the source and it will give you directions. Yang Kai shook his head. I know, and I've tried it, but there's a barrier around the star boundary. If the barrier doesn't open, I cannot head to the star field, unless I can break the barrier. Yang Yen kept a smile on her face. When did you last try? Why not give it another try now? Yang Kai frowned at her words, but she didn't seem to be pulling his leg, so he quickly focused his mind and communicated with the source of Hung Luo star field. A moment later, a glint flashed across his eyes as he finally understood what had happened. I see. Yang Yen explained, the star boundary and star fields are inseparable and they're closely connected. Take a tree as an example. The countless lower star fields are like a tree's roots, and the star boundary is like the tree crown. Cultivators like us are the fruits on this tree. Fruits will only grow when the roots absorb nutrients from the ground. Normally, the fruits are unable to return to their roots. However, a Starfield Guardian is able to make use of the Starfield's source to trace back to his own root. Yang Kai nodded as he already knew this. After he refined the source of Hung Luo Starfield and returned to the star boundary in the past, he had already given it a try. He just had to communicate with the Starfield source and could somewhat sense the existence of Hung Luo Starfield. However, it was impossible for him to return to the star field as there was a barrier that separated the star boundary and the star field. If he couldn't break the barrier, he would never be able to go back to the star field, even though he was a Starfield master. However, it wasn't until this moment that he came to the realization that the barrier came from the star boundary. Hung Luo Starfield was his territory, so it would always welcome him. He had given it a try in the past, so he thought that he couldn't go back again, which was why he wanted to look for Zhan Wuhen. For the average Starfield master, he would have to go through Star Court if he wanted to descend to his Starfield, but you're different. That's because you have obtained the Great Emperor's opportunity as well as the star boundary's acknowledgement. If you want to go back, the barrier around the star boundary will not stop you. Got it. Yang Kai nodded, and then he became curious. Where's Star Court actually? What does it look like? He had heard a lot about Star Court in the past. This time he thought that he could have a look at it, but it seemed that his wish couldn't be granted. Yang Yen replied with a smile. Star Court is just a name, not a place. What? Yang Kai exclaimed. Yang Yen explained, a long time ago, anyone could move between the star boundary and the lower star fields. As long as one was powerful enough, he could easily move between any star field and the star boundary, and there was no hindrance for him. However, I'm sure you're familiar with what Wu Kuang did. He was a special case, but apart from him, there were a number of other top cultivators who had made a fuss in the lower star fields. It was just that they didn't turn the star fields upside down like what Wu Kuang had done. When a wolf suddenly barged into the home of rabbits, naturally it could do whatever it pleased. Even though the world principles would restrict the wolf's sharp teeth and claws, it still had a burly figure. There was no way the rabbits could go against the wolf. It was just that Wu Kuang was a very special wolf who had cultivated the heaving, devouring battle law. He had destroyed countless rabbit homes. Wherever he went, stars would collapse and star fields would be destroyed. After the war in the Shattered Star Sea, the great emperors gathered together and had a serious discussion. All of them realized that they had to put a stop to these heinous acts. The lower star fields were the roots for the tree, and if they allowed these wolves to do whatever they pleased, the tree would eventually die. Hence, the great emperors joined forces and built a barrier around the star boundary. Since then, those from the star boundary were unable to descend to the star fields to commit any crimes. Because of this, the great emperors also founded an organization called Star Court to monitor the situation in the lower star fields. That was also how the positions of Starfield Guardians came about. Star Court was just an organization, so it didn't have specific headquarters. When Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of Star Court, Iron Blood Fort was where the court was located. When Serene Soul Great Emperor was in charge, Serene Soul Palace would be the court. When it was Bustling World Great Emperor's turn, the court would be wherever he was at that time. The barrier was set up by the Great Emperors using the Star Boundary's will, so it was useless to someone who had obtained the acknowledgement of the Star Boundary. In other words, Great Emperors could just ignore the barrier. The reason Yang Kai couldn't go back to his star field previously was because he hadn't obtained a part of the world's will. However, it was a different case now. With Bright Moon's opportunity in possession, Yang Kai had also obtained a pass to move freely between the star boundary and the star fields. However, it didn't mean that he could go to just any star field he wanted. Without guidance from the star field source, he couldn't possibly know which route led to Hung Luo Starfield, as there were countless routes beneath the star boundary. Fortunately, he already had the star field source, which was closely connected to the star field. No matter how far they were apart, he could still sense the star field's existence. This kind of feeling was faint and ethereal, but it was still real. Only someone who had refined the star field source could sense it. Why are you going to the lower star field? Are there more women you've left behind? Yang Yen looked smilingly at him. Normally, no one was willing to go to the lower star field because they would be restricted by the world principles over there. No matter how powerful the person was, he could only use a limited strength that was allowed by the governing world principles. Most Emperor Realm Masters were not used to it, unless they were the Starfield Guardians or they had obtained the blessing from the Great Emperor's restriction. For example, those from Star Court. You're right. I still have about 72 women living in different places there. I have to bring all of them to the star boundary. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang Yen scoffed and waved her hand. Leave now and show me your women when you come back. Upon lifting the teacup, Yang Kai gulped down all the tea and guffawed, I'll take my leave now. Before Yang Kai left, he suddenly recalled something. And then he waved his hand and summoned the half-dead Wind Lord from the small sealed world. Wind Lord still looked as battered as he was after their battle ended, as even though he had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. He was unable to treat his injuries. The only reason he was still alive was that Yang Kai still had to make use of him in the future. Yang Yen narrowed her eyes and sized the man up before scoffing. Feng Zaixiao? Why has he been captured by you? You know him? Yang Kai put on a smile. Of course I do. He's one of the 4 great lords of Demon Heavenly Dao. He's famous. Despite the smile on her face, her gaze was very callous. Lying on the ground, Wind Lord flashed a dead smile at her. As a pseudo-great emperor, he had truly ended up in a miserable state. Yang Yen took one more look at Yang Kai and said, It's no wonder you're hurt. Even your hair has turned gray. Are you all right? There were some blood stains on the chest area of Yang Kai's clothes. But that was a result of self-harm. It had been 10 years since his battle against Windlord, so his injuries had long healed. Earlier, Yang Yen was curious about why Yang Kai's hair had turned gray even though it had only been a short while since they last met. Now, she realized that he must have expended too much energy during his battle against Windlord, which shortened his life. I'm fine. Even though I've suffered a little, the result is a positive one. I'll pass him to you now. Since he's one of the 4 great lords, I'm sure you can pry some useful information out of him. The reason Yang Kai didn't kill Windlord was that he wanted to get more information about Demon Heavenly Dao from him. If they could get some leads and find out the whereabouts of the other 3 great lords, that would be best. Demon Heavenly Dao was like a tumor in the star boundary. Although they were not as numerous as the demon armies, they were well hidden, so it was difficult to capture them. Since they had caught a big fish like Windlord, they had to make good use of him. Yang Yen nodded. You've earned a big merit for this. I'll tell Li Wu Yi about it later. Please tell the Great Emperor that in order to capture Windlord, I had to use the divine ability within my command token. Please ask him to make a new one for me. Yang Kai thought he should make a request to Zhan Wuhen as well. Yang Yen replied with a smile. I can help you pass on your word, but the Great Emperor has the final say in whether he wants to make another token for you. Yang Kai didn't want to pressure her, so he said, I'll go now. Go and come back quickly. Yang Kai nodded and communicated with the Starfield source. When he moved, He abruptly disappeared from Yang Yan's sight. Unlike his previous experiences of passing through the void, after Yang Kai communicated with the starfield source in an attempt to head to Hung Luo starfield, he suddenly plunged into a world of many different colors. The sight around him was strange. Space and time had been contorted as well. No sound was heard and no shadow was seen. All he could see were very vibrant colors. He could feel that he was moving at an inconceivable speed, but he couldn't control the direction he was heading. Nevertheless, he wasn't flustered at all as he could sense that he was heading to the right destination. Therefore, he decided to calmly enjoy this special journey. After 5 breaths, the vibrant colors around Yang Kai suddenly faded. During this period of time, he had only blinked once. Following that, he realized he was in the expansive starry sky. An indescribable sense of joy was rising within him as he had a feeling that he had returned home. He was indeed home. Without the need to identify anything, he knew that he was in Hung Luo starfield. The starfield source within his body resonated with the starry sky. Every star in the star field seemed to have brightened a little and become more radiant. The trillions of people on the various cultivation stars in this star field looked up in surprise as they wondered why the sun and moon had suddenly become bigger and brighter on this day. Then, Yang Kai heard some rumbling sounds in the distance and white lights could be seen flickering. Turning his head, he saw that in the void over there the fleets from 2 great forces were attacking one another. All the starships had imposing appearances, with the largest ones several thousand meters long while the smaller ones were just several hundred meters in length. They had targeted one another with their crystal cannons and white lights could be seen flashing every time shots were fired. It was an intense battle. Both parties had similar numbers of starships, with one side painted red while the other side was all black. It was apparent that they were equal matches for one another. It wasn't certain how long they had been battling against each other, but both parties had clearly suffered immense losses. Some severely damaged starships had withdrawn to the rear of the fleets to be repaired. The starships at the front would protect the damaged ones as they continued firing while dodging at the same time. The battle was indeed very violent. However, judging from the situation, it seemed that both parties would suffer huge losses in the end, and no one would be the winner. Yang Kai observed them for a while before gently lifting his hands and rolling up his sleeves. Following that, his left palm faced the red fleet while his right palm faced the black fleet, after which he simply spread his hands apart. At that instant, the cultivators from the 2 fleets felt that the world around them was spinning, as though it was the end of the world. When they came to their senses, they realized that their enemies were nowhere to be seen. Even their own fleets had moved several million kilometers from where they originally were. Everyone was flabbergasted at this sight. Not daring to stay in the same spot anymore, they quickly rallied their forces and set course for their home stars. To the cultivators from both parties, the incident on this day was extremely odd. However, to Yang Kai, it was just something he did on a whim. It was like he happened to see a stone on the road, and then kicked it away. It wasn't that he wanted to save these people. Even though he was the Starfield Master, he wasn't able to determine the fates of the billions of cultivators in this starfield. They all had their own opportunities as they journeyed from cradles to graves. However, he found it annoying to see 2 groups of people fighting against one another the moment he returned to the starfield, which was why he decided to separate both parties. He literally pulled the 2 groups apart, and seeing that both parties turned and retreated after, Yang Kai simply turned around and left. Half a day later, he landed on a dead star. It was apparent that this dead star used to be bustling with people as many oddly shaped buildings were left on its surface. However, as time passed, these buildings had become dilapidated. The source in this star was also dead as the entire star didn't exude any vitality at all. The ground was covered in yellow sand, and violent gales were gushing across its surface. The average cultivator wouldn't even be able to come near this star, let alone land on it. Yang Kai was fine with the terrible environment, of course. He had come to the lower star field to study a certain divine ability. His intention was to create a new world, so a dead star was exactly what he was looking for. He didn't have the heart to experiment on a cultivation star with living creatures. Thus, he found a mountain that was 1,000 meters high. After sitting down with his legs crossed on the peak, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He went on to stay in the same spot for over 10 days. After that, he suddenly opened his eyes and space principles undulated as he spread out his divine sense to engulf the entire mountain. A buzzing sound came from the mountain as rocks came falling down. The 1,000-meter-high mountain could be seen faintly shaking. Anyone who happened to see the sight from afar would definitely exclaim in shock because after the mountain shook, it shrunk a little. It wasn't so conspicuous, but the mountain had indeed become smaller. The height of the mountain had shrunk by several tens of meters. However, all of a sudden, Xianxia widened his eyes, which had become bloodshot. He was a top cultivator who was able to kill a high-rank demon king with ease. But at this moment, his demon chi was roiling around him as though he was facing a formidable enemy. As his demon chi surged, the mountain seemed to be continuously growing smaller as well. 1 hour later, Xianxia suddenly grunted as his face turned pale. The mountain had returned to its original shape and size. However, countless cracks had appeared on every part of this barren mountain. The cracks were so wide that it was as though the mountain had been divided into several dozen to 100 parts. Xianxia batted his eyes as he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had seen Floating Mountain refined by Li Wuyi and studied the jade slip given to him by the latter. Therefore, he already had his own insights when it came to creating a new world. He thought that it was going to be easy, but when he actually tried to do it, he realized that it was extremely difficult. Floating Mountain was much larger than the barren mountain Xianxia was sitting on currently, but it was still successfully refined by Li Wuyi until it became the size of a palm. It wasn't that Floating Mountain had actually been shrunk, it was just an application of space principles to isolate a region of space before compressing it down. The mountain and the space were still the same. Anyone who didn't believe it could just land on Floating Mountain to see it for themselves. Xianxia didn't intend to create a new Floating Mountain though. What he needed was a place that was much larger than Floating Mountain, as it had to be big enough to accommodate the people from several cultivation stars. A single mountain wouldn't be useful at all. Nevertheless, this process couldn't be rushed. Xianxia had to gain more comprehension and familiarize himself with the process first. He wanted to give it a try on this mountain, but he realized that even though the mountain was barren and the star was dead, the mountain and the star were closely connected. If he wanted to refine the mountain, he first had to isolate it from the star, an impossible task for the current him. At the thought of this, he fished out a pill from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he shot into the sky. Not long after he left, a gale swept across the 1,000-meter-high mountain, which then turned into dust and was swept away by the wind. It wasn't that the gale was powerful enough to blow down a mountain. It was just that Xianxia had failed in his attempt to refine the mountain. Space principles had affected every part of the mountain, so although the mountain retained its shape, it had actually been completely shredded into dust. That was the consequence of a failed attempt. Xianxia already knew this, which was why he found a barren mountain to experiment on first. If he attempted to refine a lush mountain filled with living beings, the consequences would have been dreadful if he failed. However, he hadn't expected that this task would be so much more difficult than he had originally imagined, which was why he failed. In light of that, Xianxia had to lower his expectations. After about 1 day, he reached an asteroid sea. There were countless asteroid seas in the starry sky that seemed to stretch across the starry sky forever. Asteroid seas were most commonly formed from the broken remnants of dead stars. These asteroids would fly across the starry sky and crash into other stars sometimes. If these stars were unlucky, they would fall apart as well and join the asteroid sea. That was a kind of danger the cultivators would come across in the starry sky. The asteroids flew at an incredible speed and they covered a wide area, making them quite deadly for weaker cultivators whenever they were encountered. When Xianxia roamed around the star field in the past, he had bumped into asteroid seas on several occasions. This time, however, he had proactively looked for an asteroid sea, then walked down memory lane and lamented that he was so weak in the past. Soon, he found an asteroid that was as large as the barren mountain from before. After sitting down with his legs crossed, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing in silence. A few days later, he opened his eyes and pushed his demon chi. As his divine sense undulated, space principles permeated his surroundings. Following the movements of Xianxia's demon chi, the asteroid continuously expanded and contracted. This time was different from his previous attempt. Previously, the barren mountain turned back into its original size after it shrunk a little. However, now, every time the size of the asteroid fluctuated, it would shrink significantly. As the size kept changing for the next 7 days, it became half of its original size. Half a month later, it became only several dozen meters wide. In just 1 month, it became the size of a plate. However, instead of setting himself at ease, Xianxia had turned more solemn. The pace at which space principles and demon chi fluctuated had quickened, which caused the plate-sized asteroid to also expand and contract more quickly. However, the progress had become much slower. The last stage of any task was the most difficult. Xianxia had been cultivating for a long time, so he understood this principle well. Strictly speaking, this asteroid was the first sealed world he had refined, so he wouldn't dare to be careless, and there mustn't be any mistakes, which was why he made sure that he was fully focused. As time passed, the asteroid became smaller and smaller. It took Xianxia 1 month to turn a 1,000-meter-wide rock into a plate-sized one, but it took him 3 months to refine this plate down to a final size. The closer it got to the finish line, the slower it became to see any progress. The entire refining process lasted for 4 months until, one day, he suddenly arched his brow and made a grabbing gesture, after which a bead appeared in his hand. The bead was only longan-sized, and it didn't give off any kind of energy fluctuations. It was just a simple stone bead. However, Xianxia was holding it in a way as though it was the most valuable treasure in the world. Pleased, he grinned from ear to ear and started laughing out loud. After just a short moment, he rolled his eyes and stretched his legs. Then he passed out. Following that, the embodiment Baiya and Baizhua appeared at the same time. In an instant, the 2 older half-saints grunted as their expressions changed. Couldn't be helped. When they appeared, they realized that the demon chi in their bodies stopped flowing smoothly as though it had been restricted by an invisible hand. Apart from that, there seemed to be a sense of hostility that was pressuring them in the starry sky. There also seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes that were monitoring every move they made. Baiya and Baizhua thought that they were faced with a formidable enemy, which was why they quickly readied themselves for the imminent battle. Don't worry. It's just the suppression from the world principles. The embodiment hurriedly explained. Even though Baizhua and Baiya had never experienced this before, they soon understood what was going on after giving it a thought. They were in a lower star field with a very weak martial Tao, but the world around them was still lively and beautiful. The world was seemingly lifeless, but it had a spirit which seemed able to detect their powers that had exceeded what was allowed in this place, which was why it started repelling the half-saints. This was one of the ways the world protected itself. Xianxia had also experienced this when he returned to the star field in the past, so it didn't specifically target the 2 half-saints. Upon hearing the embodiment's explanation, the 2 half-saints set their minds at ease. But right then, a huge asteroid was fast approaching them from behind in silence. Powerful cultivators like Baiya and Baizhua failed to detect it as the asteroid directly hit the back of their heads, causing them to stagger forward. The half-saints were sturdy, so they wouldn't be hurt at all even though they were struck by the asteroid. On the other hand, the asteroid had fallen apart upon impact. However, what had happened was embarrassing for them. Fortunately, it was just an asteroid that had hit them this time. What if it was some form of violent divine ability? The embodiment coughed and said, "Normally, those who are above the Origin King realm experience bad luck in this world. The world was hostile to those people, and without the blessing of the world, naturally, they wouldn't have much luck." The 2 half-saints were considered lucky as the asteroid couldn't harm them. When Xianxia was here in the past, he would even trip over nothing and fall for no reason, which was truly embarrassing. "Why is that?" Baizhua frowned. The embodiment replied, "It's because this star field doesn't welcome you too." What he had said sounded odd, but it was the truth. It was like a few worms had snuck into an ant colony, so no one would welcome them. "Why are you fine, then?" Baiya asked curiously. He could clearly feel that the embodiment hadn't been suppressed by the local world principles. In response, the embodiment grinned and pointed at Xianxia. "This star field belongs to him, so it's essentially mine as well." They were like the family members of the star field, which was why it wouldn't chase them away. "Why is he asleep?" Baizhua asked curiously as he looked around to prevent any asteroid from hitting him again. Even though Yang Kai wasn't snoring, he had indeed fallen asleep. However, he wasn't knocked out or anything. While he was literally drifting about in his slumber, he still kept a smile on his face as though he had a good dream. Although the half-saints had always stayed inside the small sealed world, they had no idea what had happened prior to this. On the other hand, the embodiment was Yang Kai's soul clone, so he was able to open up the small sealed world as he pleased. When he was inside the small sealed world, he was still able to see what Yang Kai was doing in the outside world. So upon realizing that Yang Kai had nodded off, he immediately left the small sealed world. He just exhausted himself. He'll be all right after a rest, the embodiment said as he put Yang Kai inside the small sealed world. The two wood spirits in the medicine garden would take care of him. Standing on an asteroid, the two half-saints gazed at the starry sky with sorrowful expressions on their faces. That was because they had never seen such a magnificent sight in the demon realm before. The demon realm was on the brink of destruction. Other than the continents that had already disappeared, even the existing continents exuded a kind of death chi. The average demon wouldn't be able to detect this kind of aura, but as half-saints, they were fully aware of it. That was the reason the demons had to look for a way out for themselves by invading the star boundary. The starry sky before their eyes was in a lower star field where the world principles couldn't accommodate greater power, but it was still full of vitality. Even though the asteroid sea they were in seemed completely dead, no one could say that several 10,000 years later it wouldn't be revitalized again. The demon realm wasn't comparable to this place in this regard. Baiyu took a deep breath and said, "Brother embodiment, I'd like to have a look around this place." Since he was here, he wanted to take in the different sights of this world. The embodiment had said that this star field belonged to Yang Kai, so supposedly, Yang Kai wouldn't come across any danger in this place, which meant that they didn't have to protect him. On the side, Baizhua nodded as that was his intention as well. "Are you sure?" The embodiment gazed at them with an awkward expression. Baiyu asked, "Is it inconvenient for us to do so? If there's anywhere we're not supposed to go, just tell us and we'll avoid trespassing." The embodiment waved his hand. "There's nothing like that." After giving it a thought, he put on a smile. "Just go if you want to. Both of you have space beacons with you, so you can come back here any time." Upon hearing that, Baizhua and Baiyu cupped their fists and shot into the starry sky. A stunned embodiment quickly said, "I haven't finished my words yet. Be careful." However, the half-saints were already out of sight, so it wasn't certain whether they had heard what the embodiment had said. Yang Kai had a sweet dream in which the demons were no longer a threat and the people in the star boundary were able to live their lives peacefully. On the other hand, he and his wives traveled around the world and their lives were filled with joy. Just when he was immersed in this pleasant scenery, he suddenly awakened from the dream. When he opened his eyes, he saw two petite figures sitting together on a tree branch that was just 1 meter away from him. They were swinging their legs and looking joyfully at him. Seeing that he had awakened, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu covered their mouths and giggled. Yang Kai sat up on the ground and stretched his back. At that instant, he felt energized and refreshed. Then he realized that he was in the medicine garden in the small sealed world, so he immediately understood that it was the embodiment who had sent him in. Then he shot a glance at the wood spirits and frowned. "Why are the two of you laughing like that?" Hearing that, they immediately stopped smiling and straightened up before shaking their heads. Yang Kai batted his eyes and burst into laughter. "Did I say anything in my sleep?" The two wood spirits were unable to hold it in anymore as they started convulsing with laughter. "What did I say?" Yang Kai scratched his head. He hadn't fallen into such a deep sleep for a long time. First of all, it was because he had expended too much energy. Secondly, he was finally able to set his mind at ease after significantly improving his skill in refining a world. He wondered what embarrassing stuff he had said in his sleep that made the wood spirits laugh in such a way. Ignoring him, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu held hands and flew to the other end of the medicine garden, leaving the baffled Yang Kai behind. Even though Yang Kai didn't manage to get any answers, he didn't want to force them. Then, he spread his palm and revealed a stone. This palm-sized stone was the result of his 4 months' worth of hard work. Even though he was still very far from his ultimate goal, he had gotten off to a good start. This stone was the asteroid that was originally 1,000 meters wide, which was as large as the previous barren mountain. With the proper application of space principles, it had shrunk to such a size. No one was able to comprehend the secrets behind it except for those who were experts in the Tao of space. After fiddling with it for a while, Xianxia stored the stone and left the small sealed world. Presently, the embodiment was keeping guard in the outside world as he was standing on an asteroid that was a few times larger than the one Xianxia had refined. Seeing Xianxia, he grinned, "I've found a suitable rock for you." Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense and replied with a smile, "It's indeed excellent for me." The embodiment was his soul clone after all, so they knew what was on each other's minds without the need to say anything. Xianxia wanted to look for an asteroid of such a scale to refine, but the embodiment had already done the legwork for him. The asteroid beneath his feet was 5 times larger than the previous one. Given its size, it would surely be more difficult for him to refine it. However, he estimated that it would take him fewer than 4 months this time. Even though he had only given it a try once, Xianxia had mastered some of the key points of this process. If he were to refine another asteroid, his efficiency would improve, and it wouldn't be as laborious as the first time. Furthermore, as he gained more insights and became familiarized with the process, it would become increasingly easier for him. After Xianxia sat down on the asteroid with his legs crossed, the embodiment nodded and said, "I'll go back now." Xianxia nodded and pointed at him to keep him inside the small sealed world. After putting the embodiment inside the small sealed world, Xianxia turned to look in another direction, only to see 2 figures that were rapidly approaching him from the other end of the starry sky. The speed at which the figures were moving were incredibly fast. When Xianxia first saw them, they were just 2 dots, but a few breaths later, they became as large as 2 peas. In just a moment, they landed on a spot in front of Xianxia. They were the half-saints who had left earlier to take in the sights of Hung Luo Starfield. Xianxia flashed a smile at them. "How's the view in the starfield?" Baizhua gently nodded. "It's magnificent." Baya said, "It's splendid." The half-saints appeared amazed, and it seemed that they hadn't visited enough places. It was as though they had the intention to settle down in this place instead of going back to the lifeless demon realm. Xianxia nodded his head and asked directly, "You were struck by lightning, right?" Baya put on a haughty smile. "We're half-saints who are able to seize the moon and shatter the stars. Why would we be afraid of any lightning?" Right after he finished speaking, a beam of purple lightning flashed across the void like a fish and directly struck his back. Fortunately, he was a half-saint, so even though the murderous intent was furtive, he was still able to react quickly by turning around and striking the lightning with his fist. With a loud boom, the lightning vanished while he was forced to step backwards. It wasn't that he was weak, but rather that, with the world principle suppression in place, he wasn't able to use his true might. If he forcefully acted, he might attract an even madder counterattack from the star field. Beams of purple lights could be seen flickering in the void while lightning continued flashing across the starry sky, as though it would strike again at any moment. Baizhua cringed and put on a helpless smile. "Brother Yang, I guess it's more carefree for us in the small sealed world. It seems that it's not suitable for us to show up in this world." Xianxia guffawed and quickly put the half-saints inside the small sealed world. When he returned to the star field from the star boundary in the past, he was also extremely unlucky. Besides stumbling and falling for no reason, he was also frequently struck by lightning and burned by fire. Upon seeing others suffer the same bad luck, he couldn't help but take pleasure in their misfortune. The lightning in the star field wasn't able to harm the half-saints, but it was annoying for them, which was why they were no longer in the mood to do any sightseeing. Therefore, they hurriedly returned to Xianxia to hide inside the small sealed world so that they could relax again. After the half-saints were gone, Xianxia emptied his mind again and went on to refine the new asteroid. As the days went by, the asteroid C continued moving forward as though it was sliding towards the end of the starry sky. However, as time passed, the gigantic rocks in this asteroid C decreased in number while the number of stones in Xianxia's hands increased. He didn't manage to successfully refine the asteroids all the time. Once he failed, regardless of how big the asteroid was, it would turn into dust in an instant. These asteroids were not able to resist the pressure from his space principles. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the past 3 years, Xianxia's mastery of the Tao of space had improved significantly. He had gained more from the 3 years of refining asteroids than all his years of cultivation combined. After all, he was totally focused on improving his space principles, and it was also a journey of self-betterment. When he refined an asteroid now, it wasn't nearly as difficult or time-consuming as it was in the past. With just a thought in his mind, he was able to create a new sealed world. No asteroids were able to meet the need for his cultivation anymore, which was why he decided to leave the asteroid sea. As he roamed around the star field, he would land on any suitable dead star and sneak into the core before falling into a deep state of meditation. When he awakened, he would realize that the dead star had become a stone bead. The speed at which his comprehension of the Tao of space improved was incredible. He felt as though a door had opened up for him to the Grand Tao. Golden lights could be seen radiating from the other end of the door as an inexhaustible source of treasures awaited his exploration. The duration of his meditation varied. Sometimes it would be over a year, while sometimes it would take him just 3 months before he awakened, depending on the size of the dead star. It would take more effort and a longer time to refine a large dead star, while it was easier to refine a smaller one. During this period of time, Xianxia never ceased contacting those in the star boundary. Even though he was in a lower star field, he was a star field master, which was why he had some advantages. With space beacons in his possession, he was able to contact the people from High Heaven Palace and Seven Mists Sea at any time. Presently, the situation was in the star boundary's favor as the demons were powerless to resist. Could be said that since Xianxia sealed off the Two Worlds passage and returned from the demon realm, the outcome of the war had already been determined. Those demons, who were already in the star boundary, were either killed on the battlefield or taken into the army led by Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, and Bai Liemo. The collective power of the demons plummeted after they were besieged by all 54 armies from all directions. Just one epic battle had tilted the balance in the humans' favor. With that said, many lives had been lost on the star boundary's side. In any war, the loss of lives was inevitable, and all the army commanders understood that. Regardless, the number of lost lives was still bearable for them. Besides the demons themselves, Demon Heavenly Tao had also suffered immense losses. Before coming to the lower star field, Xianxia had passed Windlord to Yang Yen, which was no different from sending him to the Great Emperors. In fact, an interrogation wasn't even needed, as Serene Soul Great Emperor directly used a soul-searching technique on him and uncovered a lot of Demon Heavenly Tao's secrets. Based on the information, those from Seven Mists Sea had managed to devastate several hundred of Demon Heavenly Tao's strongholds. They also managed to destroy another important figure in Demon Heavenly Tao. Following Windlord's captivity, those from Seven Mists Sea successfully ambushed Fire Lord in an ordinary town in the Northern Territory. Li Wuyi had personally led a team of over 10 pseudo-great emperors to carry out the mission. Even though Fire Lord was powerful, he wasn't able to escape from the siege of so many pseudo-great emperors. Unfortunately, they were not able to capture him alive. During the intense battle, Fire Lord decided to detonate himself, which caused those from Seven Mists Sea to be covered in dirt. Fortunately, they were not hurt in any way. Despite the advantageous position the star boundary was in, the war between the two great worlds was far from over. When the demons from the demon realm managed to break the seal one day, even more violent battles would erupt. By then, no corner in either of the great worlds would be spared. Those from the star boundary were fully aware of this, which was why they wanted to quickly settle their internal trouble by killing the demons already in the star boundary and destroying Demon Heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, all of that had nothing to do with Xianxia, and he didn't have to go back, which was why he was able to stay in the star field with peace of mind and continue improving his space secret technique. When Xianxia awakened from his sleep one day, the dead star had already disappeared. After he made a grabbing gesture, a rounded stone bead appeared in his hand. However, staring at this particular stone bead, he seemed to be torn between tears and laughter. In fact, he wasn't fully unaware when he refined a dead star, as he basically snuck into the core and integrated himself with the star before falling into a half-conscious state. This was a new way of cultivating and refining a dead star he had discovered in recent years, which was extremely efficient. It also allowed him to comprehend space principles more easily. Therefore, when he was in such a state, he was aware of what was going on in the outside world. Nevertheless, though he couldn't react in real time, he could remember everything that happened when he awakened. It wasn't the first time he saw a dead star turning into a stone bead. Initially, he would still be excited about it, but as time passed, he had gotten used to it. Nevertheless, he was speechless at the fact that, presently, there was a human on the stone bead in his hand. In other words, someone came to this dead star before it was fully refined. Of course, the person wasn't a native of this dead star. She was an unwelcome guest who had barged into the place just 1 month ago. At that time, Xianxia was at the most critical moment in the refining process, and he had fallen into a state of deep meditation, which was why he wasn't able to react. After the dead star was refined, this guest had become stuck. However, she wasn't aware that the dead star she was on had been refined into a stone bead, and it was presently held in someone's hand. Xianxia sharpened his vision and took a look at the stone bead, only to see a petite figure who had hidden inside a cave on a certain barren mountain. At this moment, she was looking up at the sky out of curiosity. She seemed to be injured as her clothes had been covered in bloodstains and her face had turned pale. Despite the fact that she had stayed in this place for a month, she hadn't managed to recover from her injuries. Initially, she was just trying to look out for any possible danger, but upon lifting her head, she saw a humongous figure in the starry sky, one that had blocked all her vision. The figure was so enormous that she wasn't able to see the sun, moon, or stars. All she could see was this figure. Shaken to her core, she exclaimed and fell on her backside. Any unsuspecting person would have reacted in the same way when they saw such a sight. However, before she could take a proper look, the world around her started spinning, and then she suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Turning her head, she saw a slightly gray-haired young man looking helplessly at her. On the other hand, she realized that the dead star she was hiding in had vanished. At that instant, she was both shocked and doubtful, as she wasn't certain whether what she had just seen was a real human or some kind of hallucination. Was it possible that such a humongous human existed in this world? However, the figure didn't look like a hallucination either. She didn't realize what the huge figure looked like just now because she was too shocked. If she had seen the figure's face clearly, she would have exclaimed by now, because the young man in front of her looked just like that giant. Having appeared in the starry sky for no reason, she became alert and took a few steps backwards to widen her gap with Xianxia. Then, she stared vigilantly at him and bellowed, "Who are you?" At the same time, she scanned him with her divine sense in an attempt to figure out his true power. As a thought flashed across Xianxia's mind, he exuded the aura of an origin-returning realm cultivator before he asked back, "Who are you?" Upon closer look, he realized that the young woman before him appeared to be in her early 20s with a curvy figure and long legs. Also, she was fairly powerful, as she was already in the First Order Origin King realm. Xianxia was slightly surprised because the Origin King realm was the highest great realm one could reach in the lower star fields. In the past, all the Origin Kings were famous and he knew basically all of them, but the woman before his eyes was definitely not one of them. Clearly, she had only recently reached the Origin King realm. Seeing that Xianxia was sizing her up, the woman turned gloomy and said through clenched teeth, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. She's quite fierce." Xianxia stroked his nose. Strictly speaking, he had just taken one look at her and wasn't examining her. But he was cursed by her in return. It was apparent that she was in a bad mood. The woman looked around and asked doubtfully, "Did you see anything just now?" "What do you mean?" The woman scowled and looked up at the starry sky. Then she impatiently waved her hand. "Nothing. Maybe I was mistaken." "It seems you're hurt," Xianxia said. The woman bellowed, "You don't say. Do I need you to tell me that I'm hurt?" They were basically talking past one another. So Xianxia smiled helplessly and decided not to harp on this issue. However, he still warned her of possible danger by saying, "You'd better leave now. I can see some starships approaching. I guess they're coming for you." The woman's expression changed when she heard that. Then she turned to look in the direction Xianxia pointed and saw some gigantic starships rapidly approaching them. Apparently, they had found out her whereabouts. Then, she said through clenched teeth, "What a bunch of relentless thugs." After she finished speaking, she turned around and fled in a different direction. However, just a moment later, she returned and grabbed the collar of a shocked Xianxia before lugging him away. As they were fleeing together, she yelled, "Are you out of your mind? Were you just going to wait for death by staying there?" Hearing this, Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he realized that there were indeed some grudges between this woman and those people from the starships. She must have been hiding on the dead star to evade them. Unexpectedly, Xianxia refined the dead star, which practically stripped her of her hiding place and exposed her. Nevertheless, she still decided to return and bring Xianxia with her, which suggested that even though she was foul-tempered, she was fundamentally a good-hearted person. Anyone else would have run for their life instead of trying to save a stranger. Xianxia was neither loathful nor fond of the woman at first, but her actions had made him take a liking to her. Thus he said, "They have no grudges against me, so I guess they won't harm me." The woman shot him a look and sneered, "What cultivation star are you from? How have you managed to live to this day when you're so naive? Haven't you heard of the saying that wherever the sand scorpions go, not even a strand of grass will survive?" Sand scorpions? Xianxia arched his brow. The woman yelled, "Why do you keep spouting nonsense? Shut up now if you want to live. Otherwise, I'll throw you away." Xianxia was a high-rank demon king as well as the guardian of Hung Luo Star Field, but he was unable to refute the woman when he was scolded, which made him feel speechless. Despite not knowing who these sand scorpions were, he reckoned that the starships behind them were controlled by star pirates. Star pirates existed in every star field, and they varied in terms of numbers and power. Basically, they were bandits who robbed people. They roamed around the starry sky as they oppressed the weak and snatched their things. When merchants came across them in the starry sky, they either had to give up some items or battle against them. In the past, Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were the largest groups of star pirates in Hung Luo Star Field. However, after Xianxia became the Star Field Guardian, he had destroyed both groups. Nevertheless, star pirates were like spring bamboo shoots after rain, as new ones would always emerge. When the woman appeared just now, the starships immediately noticed her and started racing after her. Even though the woman was fairly powerful, she was injured, and presently, she was dragging Xianxia along with her. Her speed had reduced significantly, which was why she was unable to get rid of the starships. Soon, the gap between them shortened. After getting scolded, Xianxia fell silent for a moment. However, upon seeing that she was unable to get rid of her enemies, and that she was about to be cornered, he couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have a star shuttle?" With a cold expression, the woman stared fixedly ahead. "It's broken." Xianxia replied, "Oh, things are looking bad. They'll reach you soon. Can you just shut up?" The woman turned her head and shot him a glare. She thought that this man was very annoying. While she was trying her best to escape and save them from their enemies, he just wouldn't stop yapping. In response, Xianxia flashed a smirk at her and kept his mouth shut. A moment later, the woman heaved a sigh. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. I'll create a chance for you to flee later. Just run for your life on your own. If you survive, you must go to Boundless Sect on Blue Cloud Star and tell them to immediately move to a new place. Otherwise, when the sand scorpions retaliate, they'll be destroyed." A shocked Xianxia said, "You want me to flee while you fight against them?" That was incredibly noble of her, which caused Xianxia to be moved. In comparison, he appeared a little despicable by hiding his true power and watching the show from the side. Nevertheless, it wasn't really his intention, as all this just happened by chance. The woman said through gritted teeth, "Do you think this is the arrangement I want as well? Since we're left with no other choice, we must give it a shot. Why don't you try to battle against them while I run away? Given your cultivation, you'll be killed as soon as you appear in front of them." Then, she put on a milder expression. "Moreover, I don't really think you can escape. There's just a slim chance. Anyway, I'm sorry for getting you involved in this. If we die here, on the road to the Yellow Springs together, you mustn't blame me." Xianxia scratched his nose and asked, "What have you done that makes them chase after you so relentlessly?" The woman sneered, "Sand scorpions are all savages. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just happened to kill their third manager." Just then, an old voice was heard coming from a starship behind them. The voice was so ear-piercing that it was as though two pieces of metal were scraping against one another, while a cat clawed at the heart of the person who happened to be listening, which was very agonizing. "Meijuer, you've killed my third brother. We, the sand scorpions, will never let you off. Rest assured." After this old master captures you, he will make sure you suffer excruciating pain. You won't be able to end your life even if you want to before I'm done with you. Your boundless sect will be destroyed, and Blue Cloud Star will become lifeless. All of you must go to hell to accompany my third brother. They sure sound ferocious, Xianxia commented lightly. The woman called Mei Jur scoffed. That's typical of them. They'll destroy anyone who dares to offend them. Besides that, the person's sect and cultivation star will also be devastated. Then, she turned to look at Xianxia and sneered. Are you afraid now? Xianxia simply declared. The heavenly way will never let these cruel people off. Mei Jur guffawed. Heavenly way? If that thing actually exists, what's the point of us cultivating? Despite her slender figure, she was laughing in an arrogant and heroic manner, assuming an awe-inspiring air. After that, she let out a sigh. I hate myself for my weak cultivation. If I was powerful enough, I would destroy trash like them and make the star field a better place. Xianxia stared at her in awe and said, You're quite the ambitious woman. Mei Jur snorted. Since the star field master basically does nothing, we have to rely on ourselves. Hearing that, Xianxia brushed away the cold sweat on his forehead. Starfield master. What do you mean? Mei Jur gazed at him with a frown. What rock have you been living under? Don't you know that this star field has a master? Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. Mei Jur explained. You're such an ignorant brat. Initially, this star field didn't have a master. Once upon a time, there was only the Starry Sky Great Emperor. Then, forget it. Let's not talk about that annoying guy. We should save some energy to flee. A guilty Xianxia asked, You know that guy? Of course I don't, Mei Jur said through clenched teeth. If I knew him, I'd have asked him whether he still wants to manage the star field or not. If he doesn't, I'll take it over from him. The star field was devastated by a war some years ago, but now that we're finally recovering, these trash have appeared out of nowhere. However, he doesn't even care about it. Does he even have the right to remain as the star field master? Xianxia hung his head low. Every word Mei Jur said seemed to have transformed into a huge hammer that landed on his head, which caused him to be completely embarrassed. The star field was indeed troubled by a war in the past. Many years ago, those from Grand Desolation Star Field invaded their star field and destroyed countless lives. Even though they were chased away in the end, those from Hung Luo Star Field had suffered considerable losses. Mei Jur seemed resentful of the star field master. Perhaps it was because she knew that she was unable to get rid of her enemies, so she started relentlessly scolding the star field master. She didn't use any foul language, but she appeared to be frustrated by the star field master's inaction. While she was cursing, she suddenly felt a grip on her hand which caused her expression to change. As a cold light flashed, a blade appeared right beside Xianxia's neck. Her pale face reddened slightly as she questioned, Why did you grab my hand? Xianxia quickly explained, Calm down. I just want to give you something. Before Mei Jur could ask, she realized that there was something in her hand. Looking down, she saw that the man had stuffed a rock into her hand. It was an irregularly shaped stone the size of a baby's palm, and seeing it, she knitted her brow to ask, What is this? After scanning it with her divine sense, she really couldn't see anything special about the stone as it didn't exude any aura at all. It seemed like a common rock one would pick up from the roadside. She didn't understand why Xianxia gave her such a thing at this point. Xianxia coughed into his fist and explained, This is a divine item which contains endless profundity. With the help of this item, we might be able… Hey, why are you throwing it away when I haven't explained yet? Are you nuts? Mei Jur shot him a glare. They were at a life-or-death moment, but he was still in the mood to pull her leg. What did he mean that it was a divine item that contained endless profundity? Even she, an Origin King, was unable to find anything special about the rock. She didn't move her sword away from Xianxia's neck as she couldn't believe that she had decided to bring this man with her. With a cold expression, she questioned, Were you trying to take advantage of me? Xianxia felt incredibly helpless, so he ignored her and turned his head to look at his back. Perhaps Mei Jur had acted out of instinct, but even though she had randomly thrown the stone away, she still hurled it at their enemies. Presently, the stone was gliding towards the starships. Seeing Xianxia turn away from her, Mei Jur went on to question, Do you think I won't do anything to you just because we're about to be killed? I'm warning you, even though we're going to die, I'll push you away and let them torture you first. I'll make sure that you'll die a horrible death." As she was speaking, though, Xianxia suddenly became elated as he exclaimed, "Nailed it!" A bright light suddenly expanded and dazzled Meijure, which caused her to narrow her eyes. Then, she turned to look at the source of the light. The next moment, she widened her eyes in disbelief as though she had just come across a ghost, and her jaw almost dropped. At the same time, she stopped moving and fell into a dazed state as she gazed at the sight behind her. A few thousand kilometers behind them, all the Sand Scorpion starships had exploded. The dazzling light earlier was the result of the starship's destruction. For some reason, the starships had detonated. Despite the fact that they were a few thousand kilometers apart, Meijure was still able to see it clearly. None of those Sand Scorpions managed to escape as they plunged into obliteration with their starships. After the Sand Scorpion's starships exploded, all the star pirates inside them lost their lives. A myriad of expressions came over Meijure as she was puzzled, excited, pleasantly surprised, and terrified all at once. She had just escaped a crisis as her enemies were destroyed, which was why she was pleasantly surprised. However, the starships wouldn't have exploded for no reason. It could even be said that no power in this star field was able to achieve what just happened in the blink of an eye. The existence of such an incredible power was beyond her ability to comprehend. As an intelligent woman, she immediately realized the crux of the matter. Then, she exclaimed and dumped Xianxia before flying in the direction she had thrown the stone earlier. An incense stick later, she returned with the stone firmly held in her hand, and her expression appeared conflicted. Stopping in front of Xianxia, she sized him up with a doubt behind her gaze. Then she asked solemnly, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just randomly thrown the stone away, but it was able to cause the starships to explode and all the Sand Scorpions to die. She didn't exert much force when she threw the stone either. In other words, such an outcome was all thanks to the stone's power. What was strange was that she couldn't detect any energy fluctuation from the stone at all even now. Such an item could even be called a divine stone. The person who could produce such a stone was definitely no ordinary man. She even suspected that Xianxia might be an old hermit who had hidden his true power to mess with her. Xianxia shook his head without replying to her. If she hadn't literally cursed his existence earlier, he might consider revealing his identity. However, she had just gone on a long rant about how disappointed and angered she was with the Star Field Guardian, so he would be out of his mind if he told her that the person she had scolded was him. With a faint smile, Xianxia just pretended to be mysterious by saying, "It's thanks to fate that we've come across one another, so I'll give the stone to you. I hope that you'll remain ambitious and never forget your initial goal." After he finished speaking, he moved as his figure rapidly faded. Meijure raised her hand, "Wait." However, looking around, she realized that Xianxia was nowhere to be found. At that instant, she felt frustrated as she knew that she had come across a top master. Not willing to give up, she went on to look for Xianxia in the nearby area for 1 month before she finally stopped. Then, she found a secluded place and recuperated. After she fully recovered, she headed straight to the headquarters of the Sand Scorpions. Before that, she found a dead star to test the Divine Stone's power on, and she realized that she really didn't need to expend any force to use it. She just had to toss it in the right direction to cause immense damage. Upon that revelation, she was amazed, and she felt overjoyed to have obtained such a treasure. Half a year later, word spread that the Sand Scorpions, who were like a tumor in the star field, were wiped out. Their headquarters were demolished and all the Sand Scorpions were killed. They were all devastated by some top cultivator in one just battle. Oh! While Meijure was exterminating the Sand Scorpions, Xianxia was hiding nearby. If he wanted to hide his whereabouts, Meijure wouldn't be able to discover him even if they were standing next to each other. As space principles undulated, Xianxia fully focused on the sealed world bead. After years of studying and cultivating, it was finally the moment of truth, which was why he wouldn't dare to be careless. Because of that, he had also summoned the embodiment to protect him. If the crisis facing the second region wasn't solved, the sealed world bead wouldn't be able to go on devouring more continents in the demon realm. Therefore, he had to pull the second region out of the small sealed world. When he created the second region using the sealed world bead in the past, Xianxia hadn't expected that he would have to draw it out one day. Now, it seemed that he shouldn't have swallowed the second region in the first place, but without this incident, he wouldn't have made up his mind to focus on this strange new technique, and his comprehension of the Tao of space wouldn't have soared so quickly in such little time. In this world, one thing led to another in unexpected ways. With his mind fully focused, he expanded his divine sense and engulfed the entire second region. Then he slowly separated it from the small sealed world, which caused the region to shake and rumble incessantly. With a strange phenomenon happening all around them, it seemed as though it was the end of the world, so the trillions of lives living in the second region were horrified. Just then, Xianxia's figure appeared in the sky like an overlord descending upon the second region, and declared with a smile, "Do not panic. There is nothing to be afraid of." His voice transmitted throughout the entire second region, and everyone seemed to have been soothed because of that. Following the movements of space principles, the sealed world bead itself seemed to be going through some changes as well. A blotch suddenly protruded from the sealed world bead, which was firmly held in Xianxia's hand, as though it had developed a tumor. As time passed, the tumor grew larger until it became 1/10 the size of the sealed world bead. Presently, the sealed world bead looked like a bottle gourd, as one larger bead was connected to a smaller bead, which made it look odd. The space principles around Xianxia became turbulent as well. The area around him seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything in this world. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. Xianxia remained seated on the same spot, as the tumor had now grown to be half the size of the sealed world bead, which made it look identical to a bottle gourd now. 5 years later, Xianxia opened his eyes one day as the turbulent space principles died down in an instant. With the bottle gourd-shaped sealed world bead in one hand, he straightened his free palm and slashed at the bead. However, the speed at which he moved was extremely slow. His movement was almost imperceptible if one wasn't looking closely. Just to complete this motion took him 3 years. In the past 3 years, he had only managed to reach half of the distance between the bead and where he originally started. Nevertheless, right after 3 years, he suddenly cut through the air and slashed at the bead. At that instant, he widened his eyes, which had turned bloodshot. All his demon chi gushed out of his body like a flood, and even all his soul seemed to be pulled out of his knowledge sea. Just then, a snapping sound could faintly be heard as the bottle gourd-shaped sealed world bead was divided into two. The larger bead was fine, while the smaller bead was violently turning around on his palm, and a horrifying aura began exuding from it. Xianxia's expression changed when he saw this. Ignoring his own frail condition, he bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood essence onto the smaller bead. Even though he was exhausted, he still squeezed out more energy from his body to engulf the smaller bead with space principles in an attempt to suppress and stabilize it. The speed at which the bead spun slowed down and the horrifying aura slowly diminished. However, instead of setting himself at ease, Xianxia only became more anxious. It was the moment of truth for his 8 years of hard work. Despite his calm temperament, he still couldn't help feeling worried. After the bead completely stabilized a moment later, Xianxia grabbed it in his hand, then he flicked his finger and shot the bead into the starry sky. When he made the move, the bead was only as large as a soybean, but the next moment, it expanded rapidly into a 1,000 meters wide ball, and as it flew forward, it continuously inflated. Several dozen breaths later, the bead had transformed into a huge star in the starry sky. Despite the fact that they were now tens of millions of kilometers apart, Xianxia could still see a giant star before him. However, it couldn't expand anymore as it had reached its limits. The land area of the second region was fixed, so it still couldn't break that limit after it was pulled out by Xianxia. Next, Xianxia extended his hand and made a grasping gesture, after which the star stopped flying and settled in place. Following that, he scanned the star with his divine sense and realized that everything was fine. Even though some damage had been caused, no one was injured or killed. Relieved, he fell on his backside and started panting. Then, he turned to look at the small sealed world and realized that there wasn't any anomaly with it either. Even though the second region had been drawn out, the other areas were not affected. It was only then he was able to set his mind at ease. Finally, he managed to achieve his goal. After more than 10 years since he returned to the starfield, he resolved the crisis facing the small sealed world, which was why he was over the moon. Despite the fact that he was exhausted, he still couldn't help laughing heartily. He was elated not only because of what had happened to the small sealed world, but also because of what he had gained. He had spent the past over 10 years cultivating and refining a new star, and as a result, his cultivation had improved significantly. Although he hadn't made much progress in his realm, his mastery of space principles was much greater than it was a dozen or so years ago when he first arrived. While he was relishing his achievements, the embodiment on the side suddenly said, "That woman has been looking for you for a few months." Xianxia was startled for a moment before asking, "Who are you talking about?" Before the embodiment could reply, he already saw what he meant. Previously, the embodiment had been standing guard around Xianxia, and he had concealed both of their figures. Now that the star was successfully refined, though, he couldn't possibly cover up such a magnificent scene. The woman, who had been searching in the same area, saw it and immediately flew over. Xianxia burst into laughter and stuffed some pills into his mouth to restore his energy. While he was looking at the woman who was coming over, the embodiment, on the other hand, directly retired to the small sealed world. Just 1 hour later, an alluring woman landed in front of Xianxia. After taking a look at him with a conflicted gaze, she cupped her fists and bowed. "Major of Blue Cloud's Star's Boundless Sect, greet sir." "What's wrong?" Xianxia flashed a smile at her. Despite his pale face, he still appeared energetic. That was because he was happy that he had solved a thorny issue. "Is Sir the Starfield Master?" Major asked respectfully. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but she needed Xianxia to confirm it. After all, the stone Xianxia had given to her was just too peculiar. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the strongest in the star field. However, over the past few years, with the stone in her possession, she was able to punish all those who bullied the weak. Virtually no one was a match for her. Even though some of her enemies were also Origin Kings, she was still able to kill them by hurling the stone at them. Most star pirates in the star field had been destroyed by her by this point. Basically, she just had to find out the headquarters of those star pirates and toss the stone at them, then everything would be settled. Eventually, she recalled seeing a humongous figure when she was on a certain dead star. After the dead star disappeared, a stranger appeared before her eyes. Over the years, she increasingly believed that Xianxia was the Starfield Master, but if it was just speculation in the past, she could confirm it now after seeing the birth of a new star in the starry sky. No one was able to do such an inconceivable thing except for the Starfield Master. Seeing his identity was exposed, Xianxia didn't deny it as he replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm that rather irresponsible Starfield Master." An embarrassed Major hung her head low and said, "Junior Major apologizes for her ignorance and disrespect." Xianxia shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't blame you because you didn't know. Moreover, what you said was true." After he became the Starfield Master, he headed straight to the star boundary, so he didn't have the time to manage the starfield. Seeing that Major was about to speak further, he waved his hand and said, "I've just done something big, so I'm a little weak now. If there's anything important, just speak bluntly. If not, please stand guard for me because I need to adjust my breathing for a while." Major's gaze brightened when she heard this as her face radiated a glow. It is Junior's honor to stand guard for Senior. She knew that given Xianxia's strength, he didn't really need her protection. As the Starfield Master, he was even able to create new stars out of thin air, so there was obviously nothing in this star field that could harm him. The reason he had even said as much was to make sure that she wouldn't feel embarrassed. At that instant, she could confirm that he really didn't mind the incident some time ago. Before realizing who Xianxia was, Major was resentful of the Starfield Master and thought that despite his title, he didn't really care about the Starfield. Basically, he had occupied the position without doing anything. Looking back now, though, she realized how small-minded she was being. Given the Starfield Master's immense power, he surely had much more important matters to deal with, like creating new stars, which was why he didn't have the time to take care of the more minor issues. As a person with great authority, he should naturally be busy dealing with the more important things. While Xianxia was seated with his legs crossed to adjust his breathing, Major stole a few glances at him and thought that he was pretty handsome. Some gray hair had grown on Xianxia's head recently, which gave him a look of maturity. Recalling the time when she grabbed his collar and fled from their enemies, she couldn't help but put on a smile. She was probably the only person in the entire star field who had experienced such a funny matter. Yang Kai spent the next 10 days recuperating before he opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Seeing this, Major quickly walked over. Unlike how fierce she was previously, she was now very respectful, and her gaze seemed to have been filled with admiration as she called out, "Senior, and many thanks." Yang Kai wanted to stretch his back, but upon seeing her admiring glance, he didn't have the heart to disappoint her. Hence, he acted like how a top master was expected to behave and nodded at her. Completely in awe, Major beamed at him and said, "Senior, you don't have to thank me. It is my honor to do this for you." She was an origin king after all, so it wouldn't be an issue for her even if she had to stand guard for over 10 years, to say nothing of the fact that it was just 10 days or so. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "I've settled my matters, so I should get going." Upon hearing that, Major was startled as her gaze dimmed. "Senior, are you leaving now?" Yang Kai stared at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Major batted her eyes as her long eyelashes fluttered. Then she hurriedly said, "Senior, if you're not in a rush, I'd like to invite you to have a look at a particular place. Something about it is strange." "Ha!" Yang Kai arched his brow. "What do you mean something is strange?" Major shook her head. "I can't really tell. When I passed by that place a few months ago, I could detect an aura that didn't seem to belong. At that time, though, I was looking for you, so I didn't dare to get closer to investigate carefully. Now, it's obvious to me that something is off about that place." Seeing that Yang Kai was smiling faintly at her, she became flustered, and there was a tinge of grievance in her voice. "What I've said is true. Please trust me." Yang Kai nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll have a look." After he finished speaking, he sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea to examine the star chart there. He had the star field source, which could reflect everything that was going on in the star field in real time. If anything had happened, he just had to communicate with the source to find out, so it wasn't necessary for him to go over. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically as he said through clenched teeth, "Damn!" Upon looking into the matter, he realized that something serious had actually happened. He appeared incredibly imposing when he was furious, so thinking that he was referring to her, Major turned pale as her eyes became bloodshot. Seeing that, Yang Kai quickly said, "I wasn't scolding you." Then he took a look at the other end of the starry sky with his deep gaze, which seemed able to see billions of kilometers away. With a frown, he asked, "When did you pass by that place?" Major pulled herself together and replied gently, "About 7 months ago." Hearing that, Yang Kai nodded, "It's not too late then." Following that, he waved his hand to engulf her in his demon chi and took a step forward. Despite the fact that Major was protected by Yang Kai, she still felt the world around her spinning. When she came to her senses, she realized that she was already in a different part of the starry sky, which seemed very far from her original spot. Looking around, she could see that the view around her had changed completely, and she could immediately confirm that this was the place she had passed by 7 months ago. At that instant, she was dumbstruck. She had spent several months going from this place to the location where she found Yang Kai. However, the Starfield Master was able to bring her back to this place in just one step, which went to show just how powerful he was. However, at this moment, this part of the starry sky seemed different from the one she had come across in the past. At that time, she just felt an ominous aura wafting about this place, one that gave her a sense of danger and dread, so she didn't dare to investigate. However, looking at it now, she realized that a large area of azure blue color was swirling before them, and wherever the azure blue aura went, the star field itself seemed to be contaminated. An astounded Major said, "What is this?" Yang Kai sneered, "Someone is trying to snatch my territory, thinking I wasn't around." This had happened to Hung Luo Starfield before. At that time, the entire star field was affected and countless cultivation stars were devastated. Upon hearing that, Major immediately realized what was going on and asked, "Have those from Grand Desolation Starfield returned for revenge?" Previously, it was the Starfield Master of Grand Desolation Starfield, Wu Hong, who had invaded their territory. However, instead of gaining anything, he had failed to steal a chicken and even lost his rice in the process. Instead of occupying Hung Luo Starfield, he had actually lost a large part of his own starry sky. In fact, a large part of Hung Luo star field had already been devoured. However, the area that had been taken away originally belonged to Grand Desolation star field, which Yang Kai had snatched from them in the past, which was why he hadn't managed to notice it initially. It wasn't until Mei Jue told him about it that he realized this. While this intrusion was indeed coming from Grand Desolation star field though, it couldn't possibly be Wu Heng's doing this time as he was already dead. To the side, Mei Jue said coldly, "It seems that they've forgotten their lesson. Senior, please give the order now and I will gather up all the great forces in the star field. We must make sure these thieves can never return again this time." Without replying to her, Yang Kai stared fixedly at the azure blue color that was slowly advancing towards them with a frown. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the situation was different from the previous incident, but he couldn't really explain the difference in words. While he was lost in his doubts though, the embodiment who was inside the small sealed world suddenly spoke to him in his mind. Upon hearing what the embodiment said, Yang Kai felt his face twitching, and he appeared to be suffering from a headache. Soon, he made up his mind and said to Mei Jue, "Retreat for now. I'll go over to have a look." Upon finishing his words, he shot forward into the azure blue region. Just then though, he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent. Instead of obeying his order, Mei Jue had actually raced after him as she shouted, "I am willing to provide whatever assistance I can to Senior." Yang Kai felt speechless, but he didn't have the heart to turn her down since she was so eager to help. So he simply wrapped her in his demon chi and continued forward. The next instant, the pair plunged into the azure blue region. Abruptly, both of them felt as though they had sunk into an ocean. Looking around, they realized that they were indeed underwater. But with the protection of Yang Kai's demon chi, they wouldn't get wet. Mei Jue was astounded as she couldn't understand how they ended up submerging in water when they were in the starry sky earlier. Furthermore, the water was different from the water she usually saw. Yang Kai frowned as though he was faced with a formidable enemy, then he turned around with her and shot up. With a loud splash, they leapt out of the water. As an experienced warrior, Mei Jue immediately pushed her Saint Chi and scanned for any possible danger. At the same time, she gripped the stone in her hand, preparing to throw it at their enemy. However, when she saw the sight around her, she was dumbfounded. Instead of Grand Desolation star field, they were in a garden which couldn't be considered vast as they could see the other end with one glance. Nevertheless, the sight was pretty lovely as there was a rockery and a bridge over a small river. There was also a gazebo in the garden and a pond in one corner. Yang Kai and Mei Jue just leapt out of that pond. The azure blue color of the pond was the same as the one they saw in the star field. Mei Jue was stunned. The pond in front of her was only about 10 meters wide, but when she was inside it earlier, she felt as though she was swimming in a vast ocean. Soon, she became even more astonished as the world energy in this garden was unimaginably dense. Her aptitude was extraordinary, which was why she was able to reach the Origin King realm at such a young age. However, if she had the chance to cultivate in such a place, she could have reached her current realm tens of times faster. She couldn't have imagined that such a cultivation paradise existed. Besides the abundant world energy, there seemed to be something else in the atmosphere. However, her cultivation was too low to comprehend what this extra something was. While she was in a dazed state, Yang Kai said through clenched teeth, "Wu Kuang, it really was your doing." Upon hearing that, Mei Jue followed his gaze and became horrified as there was a person sitting in the gazebo. He was an energetic old man whose hair and beard were gray. His amiable appearance made him look like one of those legendary immortals. However, what shocked her wasn't the old man's appearance, but the fact that she didn't notice him at all even as she was actively scanning the surroundings. It wasn't until Yang Kai pointed him out that she became aware of his existence. Presently, there was a board with a number of black and white stones on it in front of the old man called Wu Kuang. The strange aura wafting from the board was so intense that anyone who happened to see it would be shaken to the core. After taking just one look at the board, Mei Jue turned ashen and she thought that this old man must be too bored, which was why he decided to play the board game on his own. Moreover, it had even somehow turned into such an intense competition that the board itself was giving off an overwhelming aura. The old man in the gazebo lifted his head to look at Yang Kai, then he burst into a fit of laughter as he called out, "Little brat, what are you doing here?" "What am I doing here?" An enraged Yang Kai stepped into the gazebo and looked down at the old man with a hostile gaze. Wu Kuang. I should be the one asking. What are you trying to do? When the embodiment told him that he detected the heaven-devouring battle law's aura, Yang Kai immediately realized that something serious was going on. After he came to this place and saw that it was truly Wu Kuang's doing, he became infuriated. The last time they met, they were still in the ancestral domain. However, he hadn't expected that Wu Kuang would come over and devour his star field one day. If it weren't because Duan Hongchan and Wu Kuang shared the same body, Yang Kai would have beaten him up instead of talking so much to him. Although Wu Kuang was a great emperor, he hadn't managed to restore all his power, so fighting was still an option. On the other hand, Yang Kai was already much stronger than when he was still on Dragon Island in the past. Furthermore, he had 4 half-saints to assist him now. That was the reason he wasn't afraid of Wu Kuang even if they got into a scuffle. Mei Jioa followed Yang Kai into the gazebo and stood behind him. She remained vigilant and gripped the stone in her hand harder. It was apparent that Yang Kai and this old man knew each other, but they were on bad terms. Since Yang Kai was resentful of the old man, she had to put on a grim expression as well. Wu Kuang batted his eyes and smiled. That's your star field? He was an intelligent person as well. Even though he was shocked upon seeing Yang Kai, he quickly realized the reason behind it. What do you think? Yang Kai bent over and landed a slap on the board, which caused the black and white stones to be messed up. Wu Kuang gazed at the board with a frown and sighed. I was about to win. Why couldn't you just talk it out with me instead of messing up my stones? He sighed. Before he could speak further, Yang Kai directly turned the board over. At that instant, all the stones were hoisted into the air upon impact. Wu Kuang said with a smile, Did you know how many people you're about to kill by doing that? In fact, Yang Kai didn't need him to say something so obvious, as he immediately realized that something was off after he flipped the board over. With his expression changed drastically, he pushed his demon chi hard and extended both hands, after which an innumerable number of phantom hands appeared in the gazebo. After all the phantom hands returned to Yang Kai, he could be seen carrying a large number of stones in his arms, and it appeared that he was still reeling from the shock. Wu Kuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai. Demon chi? You've gone through demonification. He didn't notice it before Yang Kai made a move. When Yang Kai's demon chi undulated, he appeared truly imposing though. So anyone who wasn't blind would be able to tell that his aura was a little different from before. Presently, Yang Kai's face was as pale as a white sheet. As he looked down at the stones in his hands, his eyelids kept twitching. What in the world are you doing? Instead of answering his question, Wu Kuang said, It's interesting that you've gone through demonification. Why haven't you lost your mind? If it's all right with you, can you let this old master inspect you? Yang Kai replied coldly, Sure, but there's a price to pay. Wu Kuang smiled and nodded. Just ask me any questions you want. It was then Yang Kai snorted and took a seat across from Wu Kuang before he carefully put the stones back on the board. He didn't intend to put them back in their original spots. Thus, he just arranged them properly. Then he checked on those stones, and upon making sure that they were fine, he let out a long sigh. Mei Jioer didn't understand why Yang Kai cared so much about these stones, so out of curiosity, she sent her divine sense towards the board and instantly fell into a dazed state as she was rooted to the spot. It was as though her soul had been sucked out of her and she had become a living corpse. All of a sudden, a gentle force engulfed her, which caused her to come to her senses. Her pretty face had turned pale as she said in shock, Senior, the board and the stones? I know. Yang Kai nodded. Mei Jioer's face turned a shade paler when she heard this. She still doubted that she might have seen it wrong. However, upon hearing Yang Kai's confirmation, she knew that what she had seen was real. Rather than a board, what was before her was an entire star field, and the stones were also not what they seemed to be, as they were clearly whole stars. This amiable-looking old man with the demeanor of an immortal was battling against himself using the star field as a board and the stars as pieces. Given the fact that Mei Jioer was just an origin king, it was no wonder that her soul was overwhelmed as soon as she took a look at the board. If Yang Kai hadn't saved her in time, she really would have died. It was then she understood what the old man actually meant. All the stones were real stars, and trillions of people lived on these stars. By flipping the board over, Yang Kai had practically turned this star field upside down. If the stones really fell to the ground, countless lives would have been lost. Fortunately, Xianxia reacted quickly and caught all the stones. Otherwise, he would have become an unforgivable murderer. Mei Jiuer was stunned as she wasn't sure if it was reality or an illusion. If it was an illusion, it was too lifelike. But if it was real, could anyone really do such a thing? While her emotions were fluctuating wildly, Xianxia extended one hand. Without being overly polite, Wuquang placed 2 fingers on Xianxia's wrist and infused a piece of divine sense into his body. At the same time, he asked with a smile, "Aren't you worried that I'll kill you?" Xianxia snorted. "Senior Hongchan is around. If you're able to kill me, go right ahead." Mei Jiuer thought that Wuquang was playing the board game on his own. But Xianxia knew that he was actually having a competition with Duan Hongchen. Since bustling world great emperor was able to battle against Wuquang, he definitely could stop him from making a move, which was why Xianxia wasn't worried that Wuquang would harm him. Wuquang put on a smile and scoffed. "I've already refined that old fart. Duan Hongchen no longer exists in this world." Then, he suddenly said, "He's just talking nonsense. I'm still alive and kicking." Xianxia grinned. "Greetings, Senior. Junior is glad to know that you're still healthy." Wuquang nodded and took a look at the woman behind Xianxia. "She's quite pretty. Is she your new woman?" An embarrassed Xianxia replied, "She's just someone from my star field. I happened to come across her, which was why I brought her with me as well." Wuquang's gaze brightened when he heard that. Then he said to Mei Jiuer, "Little girl, since you're here, why don't you stay here to serve me? I can teach you about the Supreme Grand Tao." Bustling world great emperor was a carefree man who enjoyed life to the fullest. Since the incident in the Shattered Star Sea, he had been intertwined with Wuquang. Hence, he was unable to drink wine and feast, nor was he able to surround himself with beautiful ladies anymore. That was why he was extremely bored. Since someone had finally come to this place, he naturally wanted to make her stay. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything to her, but it was better to face a beautiful woman than be alone Wuquang all year round. A rare and precious opportunity was right before Mei Jiuer's eyes, but her face had turned pale and she shook her head repeatedly. She didn't know what was going on, as she just thought that the old man didn't look like a good person, and that he seemed a little crazy, which was why she wouldn't dare to remain. As for the Supreme Grand Tao, she wouldn't know if he was telling the truth, so she decided that she didn't want it. Seeing that, Wuquang didn't want to force her as he heaved a sigh. "That's such a shame." Then, he nodded at Xianxia. "You can talk with him." Xianxia bowed his head and pointed at the board. "What is this?" Wuquang looked away as he was meticulously probing Xianxia's body. Without even thinking, he replied, "Blood Sun Star Field." Even though Xianxia already had a speculation, he still gasped when Wuquang admitted it. "You've refined a star field into such a thing?" He didn't know where Blood Sun Star Field was, nor had he heard of it before, but apparently, just like Hong Luo's star field, it was also a lower star field. However, it had become a board game that was right in front of him now. Wuquang replied with a grin, "What's so strange about it?" "There are many more in the sky." Xianxia looked up as his pupils contracted because nebulas of different sizes were hovering in the sky above him. Some of them were as small as a dustpan, while the bigger ones were the size of a basin. There was some distance between them as they were not compatible. If Wuquang hadn't pointed it out, Xianxia would have just thought that these nebulas looked a little odd even if he happened to see them. Upon closer look now, though, he realized that every nebula was a separate star field. Staring fixedly at them, Xianxia could see that the cultivation stars were as small as dust on which billions of people lived. However, just like the stones on the board, these people were not aware of the situation they were in as they went about their daily lives. "Your condition is odd. It's apparent that your body is full of demon essence, but you don't seem affected at all. How do you keep yourself clear-headed?" Wuquang asked. "You know about demon qi?" Xianxia questioned. Wuquang put on an inscrutable smile. "I know a lot more about it than you do. Aren't you supposed to be in the ancestral domain? Why are you here?" "Where's this place?" Xianxia wasn't willing to dwell on the topic of demon qi, he just wanted to find out what Wuquang was doing. "We are in the ancestral domain," Wuquang replied. "Nonsense," Xianxia rebuked. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the ancestral domain, so he knew what the place looked like. However, after giving it a thought, he realized that since this old fart was able to refine star fields into boards and nebulas, it wasn't so unthinkable that he could turn the ancestral domain into a garden. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai asked with a frown, "Is this a sealed world?" Wu Kuang shook his head with a smile. "It's a great world." In an instant, Yang Kai turned pale and stared at him in shock. But he knew that Wu Kuang wasn't lying. Mei Jur just thought that the world energy in this place was ample, but she hadn't realized that the world principles in this place were also incredibly strong. Just like the star boundary and the demon realm, it was also a great world. Even though this place was no match for the former, it wasn't too far off. Wu Kuang didn't seem to have noticed Yang Kai's expression as he went on to explain. "There must be something in your knowledge sea that can keep you clear-headed. I want to see it. Open up your knowledge sea for me." "In your dreams." Yang Kai directly rejected him. Then, he furrowed his brow and looked around. "Did you sneak into the ancestral domain from the Dragon Temple in the past just to refine this place?" "That's right. The ancestral domain is the origin of all lower star fields. By refining the ancestral domain, it significantly reduced the effort this king needed to exert in order to achieve my goal." "Just what in the world are you trying to do?" Yang Kai looked puzzledly at him. Wu Kuang shook his head with a smile. "I can't tell you." He paused for a moment. "Since you're here, I need you to help me out with something." "Do you think I'll help you?" Yang Kai sneered. Ignoring him, Wu Kuang went on to say, "I want your star field. I didn't know you were the master of that star field I happened to be devouring. However, it doesn't matter. Whether the star field has a master or who the master is, this king will still devour it. Apart from your star field, I also want all the lower star fields." Yang Kai said impassively, "If you're so eager to die, I can grant your wish." Wu Kuang burst into laughter. "We haven't met for years, but you've become more arrogant and confident. It seems that you've grown stronger." Yang Kai straightened up and refuted, "I've always been confident." Presently, heaven-devouring great emperor, who was touted to be the evilest person in history, appeared to be a mild-tempered old man. Even though he was repeatedly offended by Yang Kai, he didn't seem to have the intention of flaring up. With a faint smile, he simply said, "Why don't we just talk it out? The discussion will lead to nowhere if you're so aggressively defensive. Don't you agree?" Hearing that, Yang Kai decided to suppress his anger. Even though he still appeared furious, he managed to calm down internally as he said impassively, "What are you trying to achieve?" Wu Kuang waved his hand across the table, after which the board and stones turned into points of light and contorted into a nebula before it shot up into the sky and became fixed on one spot. Then, a tea set appeared on the table as he looked smilingly at Mei Jur, who was behind Yang Kai, and asked, "Little girl, do you know how to prepare a pot of tea?" Mei Jur wasn't sure if she should reply to him as she took a look at Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't object to it, she nodded. Yes, Junior knows a little about it. Even though she knew that the old man before her eyes was a terrible person, she was equally aware that he was a top master. Regardless of his temperament, she had to show appropriate respect. "Please." Wu Kuang extended his hand to motion for her to help with preparing the tea. Mei Jur took one more look at Yang Kai, and upon seeing that he nodded, she walked up to the table and respectfully fell on her knees before she meticulously made the tea. Wu Kuang observed her for a bit and concluded that she indeed knew how to prepare tea. Instead of knowing just a little, she seemed to be an expert in this field. Thus, he smiled and nodded. Following that, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "This king is indeed up to something, and my plan has something to do with the happiness of the people and the life or death of the star boundary. Look, this king is telling you about his plan, but you don't seem to believe me at all. What should I do?" "Go on." Yang Kai pointed his chin at him. "Good. I've finished speaking." Wu Kuang grinned. "That's it. Do you think I'll believe you?" Yang Kai shot him a look. Wu Kuang shook his head and said, "Of course you won't." He paused for a moment. "However, even if you don't believe me, you should trust old Duan. After the war in the Shattered Star Sea, Duan Hongchun and my soul intertwined with one another in the same body. It isn't as simple as you think to have two souls in the same body. It can be said that, if we're willing to do it, we can open up our minds and share each other's secrets. I can't tell you what I'm trying to do in detail. Your cultivation is still too low, so it'll only do more harm than good to you. Nevertheless, Duan Hongchun is aware of it, and he's agreed to it. Yang Kai furrowed his brows. Just like what Wu Kuang had said, he didn't believe an old thief like him. However, if Duan Hongchun was also supportive of this idea, he had to give it due consideration. In the past, in order to kill a dangerous person like Wu Kuang, bustling world great emperor, had crippled his own cultivation over and over again just so he could return to the Tao source realm. Then, he repeatedly snuck into the shattered star sea to look for Wu Kuang. Duan Hongchun was titled as the bustling world great emperor. He traveled around this bustling world and he loved it from the bottom of his heart, which was why he was willing to protect this world that he dearly treasured. If what Wu Kuang was doing was harmful to the star boundary, there was no way Duan Hongchun would have agreed to cooperate. Then, Yang Kai looked into Wu Kuang's eyes, as though he was trying to see through his mind and get to the deepest part of his soul. After that, he grimly said, "Senior, is that true?" Naturally, he was talking to Duan Hongchun instead of Wu Kuang. This time, instead of replying to Yang Kai through the body he was in, Duan Hongchun directly spoke to him via divine sense, a tinge of helplessness in his voice. Even though I'm not willing to admit it, what this old ghost has said is true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed him to make such a fuss. This old fart was more powerful than all of us in the past, so he knows things that we don't. As for the war in the Shattered Star Sea, let's just say that our perspectives differed too greatly to come to an agreement. He sighed. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was shocked not because Duan Hongchun had confirmed Wu Kuang's statement, but because bustling world great emperor sounded heartbroken by the outcome of the war in the Shattered Star Sea. The war in the Shattered Star Sea was an epic battle waged by the great emperors to destroy a malevolent evil like Wu Kuang. During the battle, four great emperors fell, and Wu Kuang's body was broken, forcing him to fake his own death to escape. Supposedly, there wasn't any problem with the war. Even though four great emperors had lost their lives, which was an immense loss for the star boundary at the time, they managed to remove a tumor like heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors had lost their lives for a grand cause, so they should be able to rest in peace. However, judging from what Duan Hongchun had said, it seemed to Yang Kai as if the former was saying that the war in the Shattered Star Sea was a mistake. In that case, the fallen great emperors were killed for no reason at all. Duan Hongchun went on to say, "You don't have to worry. I'll monitor him and make sure that he doesn't cross the line. Even though he has refined these star fields, he hasn't harmed any of their lives or destroyed any stars. He has just made use of the ancestral domain as the origin and made the other star fields merge with it." Yang Kai took a deep breath to suppress his undulating feelings. Then he asked with a scowl, "What is it that will harm the star boundary's safety?" Duan Hongchun replied, "This is indeed a thorny issue. It's pointless to tell you anything now, so you should stop asking. It'll indeed do more harm than good to you. When the time comes, you'll naturally find out about it." If Wu Kuang had said it to him, Yang Kai would have snorted and argued back. However, since it was Duan Hongchun who had said so, he reckoned that he should stop asking despite the fact that he was eager to find out more. Following that, he nodded gently and asked, "Does he have to devour every single lower star field and integrate them with the ancestral domain?" Duan Hongchun replied, "You're fairly strong now, so I'm sure you can see that the ancestral domain has gone through some changes. The old fart isn't wrong to say that it is a great world. According to our estimation, if we manage to integrate all the lower star fields, the ancestral domain will indeed become a great world. By then, the ancestral domain will become a plane that is an equal match for the star boundary. You have to understand that every single lower star field was separated from the ancestral domain in the past. What we're doing is just amalgamating them, returning them to their original state. It would be best if we could integrate all the star fields, as no one can tell what the outcome will be if one or two are missing." After pondering on it for a while, Yang Kai asked, "What will the consequences be if my star field is integrated?" "The most immediate result is that you'll no longer be the star field master, but other aspects will not be affected. After the integration, all the living creatures will go about their daily lives as usual and they won't be affected one bit. It can even be said that they'll benefit from it. If the ancestral domain becomes a great world, all the star fields that have been integrated will reap the rewards as well. Xianxia said with a frown. Before coming back, someone told me that the star boundary and the lower star fields are like a tree. The star boundary is like the tree crown while the lower star fields are like the roots. If Wuquang removes all the roots, won't it affect the tree crown, the star boundary? Tree crown and roots? Duan Hongchen sounded surprised. This analogy is pretty interesting. It's not wrong per se, but it's not completely right either. The relationship between the star boundary and the lower star fields are indeed like that of a tree crown and roots, so after all the star fields are integrated, it'll slightly affect the star boundary. The biggest change we'll see is that, after the cultivators in the star fields reach a certain realm and free themselves of the world principles chains, they'll head to the ancestral domain instead of the star boundary. As for the star boundary, it has become mature, and all the lives are living and reproducing on their own. Even without the roots, it will never die. Xianxia knitted his brows. Senior, it seems that you've sided with Wuquang now. In the past, in order to destroy Wuquang's soul in the Shattered Star Sea, Duan Hongchen was even willing to perish together with him. In his eyes, Wuquang was no different from a ferocious beast. Even though he was saved by Xianxia in the end, Duan Hongchen still tried his best to solve his own problems. However, Xianxia had never expected that when they met again, Duan Hongchen would side with Wuquang and even speak up for him. This prompted Xianxia to wonder whether it was Duan Hongchen's true intention or he had been tricked by Wuquang. Perhaps Wuquang had even done something to him. I'm not deaf yet, and I'm much older than you are. So will you please show some respect and stop calling me by name? It's unpleasant to the ears. Wuquang stared at Xianxia and said. Xianxia rolled his eyes. What do you think I should call you, then? Senior. Wuquang replied with a smile. This king knows you have some biases against me. In fact, anyone who happens to know my name in this world has the same kind of bias. When this king became famous, all of your forefathers hadn't even been born yet. Tell me, what has this king done that has actually harmed your interests? All of you are terrified simply because of some ancient rumors about me. How many of you in the star boundary actually understand who this king really is? Xianxia snorted. Are you saying that you had some good reasons for what you had done in the past? Wuquang chuckled. Naturally not. This king killed those people and destroyed those star fields, which is why they were so resentful of me. However, everything happens for a reason, and life is not as simple as you believe it to be. So far, only Duan Hongchen understands the secrets behind this king's actions. Even other great emperors are not aware of this. He paused for a moment. Forget it. Let's drink some tea first. Presently, Meijure was finished preparing the tea and poured 2 cups for Wuquang and Xianxia. Then she obediently knelt on the side. Xianxia took a look at her and pushed his own cup towards her. A shocked Meijure quickly waved her hands. Many thanks for your consideration, Senior. Junior really appreciates it, but... The Starfield Master and a top master, even the Starfield Master had to call Senior, were right in front of her. So she didn't dare to drink tea before them. She was already honored to be able to serve them, and she knew that there were lines she shouldn't cross. Just drink it. It's good for you. Xianxia directly stuffed the cup into her hands. Even though he hadn't tasted it, by just taking a whiff of the aroma, he could tell that it was no ordinary tea. He was already a high-rank demon king though, so this tea probably wasn't useful to him at all. However, Meijure was only a first-order origin king, so it was definitely an opportunity for her, one she shouldn't miss. Upon hearing that, Meijure stopped turning Xianxia down as she also realized that this was no ordinary tea. Since Xianxia had said so, she had no choice but to obey his order as she lifted the teacup and took a sip. At that instant, she shuddered and widened her eyes. She became rooted to the spot, as though someone had used a binding technique on her. Just a moment later, she came to her senses as her eyes radiated a glow. Then, she finished the tea in just a few gulps. Xianxia picked up the teapot and poured 1 more cup of tea for her. At that instant, Meijure was pleasantly surprised by what Xianxia had done for her. Right then, Duan Hongchen's voice reverberated in Xianxia's mind again. If what he's doing is harmful to this bustling world, I'll do my best to stop him. Conversely, I'll support him. He was replying to Yang Kai's previous question. Even though he didn't give a direct answer, it suggested that he believed what Wu Kuang had been doing wasn't harmful to the star boundary and instead, it was beneficial. Yang Kai gently nodded and took a sip as he relished the aroma of the tea. After giving it a thought, he asked, "Both of you know who Flowing Time Great Emperor was, right?" Wu Kuang replied with a smile. "How I wish I could have met him when he was still alive." Throughout history, numerous great emperors had been born in the star boundary. When the old ones passed away, new ones would replace them. However, only two great emperors had fame that never faded. They were heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Flowing Time Great Emperor. Everyone wondered that if these two great emperors lived in the same era, who would turn out to be stronger. In fact, Wu Kuang shared the same thought as well. He was able to battle against so many great emperors on his own, and even though his body was destroyed in the end, he managed to kill 4 of his opponents, which went to show how powerful he was. However, Flowing Time Great Emperor lived in an era prior to that of Wu Kuang. By the time Wu Kuang became famous, Flowing Time Great Emperor had already passed away. Wu Kuang regretted the fact that he wasn't able to live in the same era as Flowing Time Great Emperor. Otherwise, he would definitely compete against him. Senior Flowing Time was killed. Yang Kai looked straight into his eyes. The smile on Wu Kuang's face froze while Duan Hongchun exclaimed in his knowledge sea. A moment later, Wu Kuang asked with a solemn expression, "How did you find out about it? Aren't you surprised?" Yang Kai stared at him in shock. Wu Kuang snorted. This king was killed before as well, so what's so surprising about it? As long as the opponents are strong enough, no one in this world is invincible. Let's talk about Flowing Time. How much do you know? Yang Kai shook his head, not much. I only found out about it recently. Senior Flowing Time left behind the Flowing Time Temple in the Four Seasons realm. Over 10 years ago, a guy called Feng Zai Xiao took a bone to the Four Seasons realm and set up an array. Then he activated the bone's power and almost summoned the Flowing Time Temple out of the Four Seasons realm. The bone contained time principles. Wu Kuang frowned. What does that mean? Was the bone Flowing Time's remains? Yang Kai nodded. And if it wasn't Senior Flowing Time's bone, how could it be connected to the Flowing Time Temple and used to summon the palace? In fact, it was just one of his rib bones. There are more of his remains in the East Sea. Some old ancestors of the monster race had accidentally obtained them in the sea, but that was countless years ago. Upon hearing that, Wu Kuang turned solemn. Yang Kai's statement suggested that Flowing Time Great Emperor's corpse had been dismembered and scattered in the ocean. The reason Wu Kuang was killed was that he had offended countless people. He was confronted by the great emperors and he lost the battle in the end. However, during the era Flowing Time existed, he was practically the star boundary's supreme leader. He also didn't commit any crimes they knew of, so why would he be killed? Who had the power to kill him? Yang Kai went on to say, Senior Flowing Time had tamed an ancient beast called Xianxia to be his mount. Even though he had fallen, Xianxia survived and went on to keep watch on the Flowing Time Temple. Coincidentally, Xianxia and I became good friends. According to him, when Senior Flowing Time was cultivating in his palace one day, he suddenly comprehended something about the outer universe, which was why he left his secret room and set off on his journey to explore the universe. However, several dozen years later, his natal artifact broke through the void and returned to the palace while there was no further news about him. Seeing as his remains have been scattered everywhere, it isn't hard to deduce what he came across in the past. He must have fallen into danger in the outer universe and was killed. Wu Kuang nodded his head. Judging from what Yang Kai had said, there was nothing wrong with his conclusion. Yang Kai took a sip of the tea and continued saying, the fact that Senior Flowing Time fell suggests that even a top cultivator like him wasn't able to deal with the dangers of the outer universe. You've said that what you're doing has something to do with the safety of the people and the star boundary. Wu Kuang, have you also explored the universe like Senior Flowing Time did? If so, what did you see? What is the outer universe like? No one knew whether Wu Kuang or Flowing Time Great Emperor was stronger. However, they were both more powerful than average great emperors. Since Flowing Time was able to explore the outer universe, Wu Kuang might be able to do the same. Yang Kai stared attentively and fixedly at Wu Kuang's face to take in every change in his expression. Unfortunately, Wu Kuang's radiant face remained as serene as an ancient well. After a moment of silence, Wu Kuang said, "This king knows nothing about flowing time's fate, and has no idea what he came across out there, or whether it has something to do with what this king is trying to achieve. However, this king can tell you that it's indeed very dangerous in the outer universe." Yang Kai turned serious. "You've really been to the outer universe?" Wu Kuang shook his head. "No. It's just that this king gained some faint insight which allows me to see beyond our world's boundaries. It's because of that insight that I don't dare to go out and explore." "He doesn't dare to go?" It wouldn't have sounded awkward if someone else had said it, however, it was truly horrifying that Wu Kuang had said so. Then Wu Kuang lifted his hand in an attempt to pour himself a cup of tea. Seeing that, Yang Kai quickly picked up the teapot and stuffed it into Major's arms. "Take it back and drink it slowly. Don't drink too much in one go. 1 to 2 cups should suffice." Major was dumbfounded as she darted her gaze between Yang Kai and Wu Kuang. She wanted to put down the teapot, but she was reluctant to do so. However, she would appear greedy if she just held it in her arms. She had just drunk 2 cups of the tea, which was why she was aware that the tea was very beneficial to a cultivator like her. After she went home and cultivated with the tea's effects, her strength would increase significantly. Now that Yang Kai had given the remaining tea to her, she was both shocked and grateful. Wu Kuang burst into laughter and put down his cup before waving his hand. "Forget it. It's not every day that we come across guests. Little girl, just keep it." Major saluted him and replied in a shaking voice, "Many thanks, senior." She held the teapot in her arms like it was the most precious treasure in the world and wouldn't let it go again. Wu Kuang put his hands in his sleeves and took one look at Yang Kai. "Don't read too much into it. I'm not even sure what kind of danger lies in the outer universe. This king is just trying to get prepared to face any possible danger. Even though you're quite powerful now, you're still too weak in this king's eyes, so it's pointless for you to overthink. As for this lower star field, I'll not integrate yours for now. There are still quite some lower star fields out there. I'll integrate all of them and then have a discussion with you, alright?" If Wu Kuang was doing this for his personal gain, Yang Kai would never agree to it and he would have fought with him on the spot. Nevertheless, he had already learned some inside news, and coupled with what Duan Hongchen had said, he would appear too selfish if he insisted on keeping his status as the Star Field Master. Thus he nodded and said, "Good. However, I'll make it clear to you first. It's all right for you to integrate it, but if you dare to harm anything in the star field, I'll never let you off." Wu Kuang cackled. "Old Duan is watching over me. I'll never have the chance to do that even if I want to. And old Duan has some questions to ask you. I'll let him speak to you now." Yang Kai straightened his expression and asked, "Senior, what do you want to know?" The face of the old man in front of him contorted and transformed into Duan Hongchen's appearance. It was apparent that Wu Kuang's soul had taken a back seat and Duan Hongchen had taken control of the body for now. After doing some stretching, Duan Hongchen asked with a frown, "Has anything major happened in the star boundary?" Yang Kai said probingly, "Senior, you mean?" Duan Hongchen replied, 15 years ago, my heart suddenly clenched tight one day. Looking back, I felt like something must have happened in the star boundary at that time, and it had something to do with one of the great emperors. Yang Kai, have you heard of anything?" Seeing that Yang Kai appeared sorrowful, Duan Hongchen became slightly nervous as he asked again, "Has something really happened?" He and Wu Kuang had been staying in the ancestral domain and had never returned to the star boundary, which was why he wasn't aware of what was going on. However, all great emperors had obtained recognition from the world's will. If something happened to one of them, a heavenly phenomenon would take place in the sky, and everyone would sense it. Nevertheless, Duan Hongchen wasn't in the star boundary, so he had only faintly sensed something. Naturally, 15 years ago was when the war on Eternal Sky Continent happened. With a grim voice, Yang Kai replied, "Senior Bright Moon has passed away." Duan Hongchen was startled for a moment before asking, "Bright Moon is dead? How did he pass away?" He had figured that something major must have happened to one of the great emperors, but he had never expected that a great emperor had actually fallen. It had been several tens of thousands of years since the great emperor's war in the Shattered Star Sea. Since then, no great emperor had lost their life. It wasn't to say that the great emperors were immortal and indestructible. However, the incident had happened too abruptly. It hadn't been a long time since he and Wu Kuang arrived in the ancestral domain. So why had Bright Moon lost his life all of a sudden? Senior Bright Moon died by my hand, Yang Kai replied. Upon hearing that, Duan Hongchun was startled for a moment, but he soon understood what had happened. On the other hand, Mei Jur was looking at Yang Kai in shock. She had no idea what great emperors were or who Bright Moon was. However, judging from their conversation, she reckoned that Bright Moon was a top master as well as a righteous man. However, such a good-natured top cultivator was killed by Yang Kai. At that instant, she couldn't wrap her head around the idea and her mind had become a mess. No wonder. No wonder. Duan Hongchun nodded gently. It's no wonder I can detect the auras of Bright Moon and the star boundary from you. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was astounded. Senior, aren't you angry with me? He thought that after the confession, Duan Hongqin would question why he had killed Bright Moon. However, he had never expected that kind of reaction from him. Duan Hongchan shook his head. Bright Moon only became a great emperor after the Great Emperor War in the Shattered Star Sea. However, since he was a great emperor, he was still one of the strongest cultivators in the star boundary. If it wasn't for his own willingness, you'd never have been able to kill him. I guess he asked for death, right? He paused for a moment. Was he in a situation where he could no longer survive, so he asked you to end his life? No. Given your temperament, even if Bright Moon really made such a request, you wouldn't have the heart to make a move against him. In that case, he must have made you kill him when you were unsuspecting. You obtained his world's will because he was killed by you. That's why you exude the auras of the star boundary and Bright Moon, right? As their eyes met, Yang Kai was lost for words and smiled helplessly. It had been many years since Duan Hongchun was lugged to the ancestral domain by Wu Kuang, so he hadn't heard any news from the star boundary for a long time. However, simply by learning the outcome, he was able to deduce the truth of the matter, which went to show that his insight and intelligence was superb. But something isn't right. Duan Hongchun suddenly scowled. Even though Bright Moon was killed by you, how did you obtain his piece of the world's will? When a great emperor passes away, his world's will dissipate into the world and await the birth of the next great emperor. Then the new great emperor will be blessed with it. Could it be that, when Bright Moon passed away, his world's will wasn't able to reintegrate into the world, which was why it had to remain in your body? In that case, was Bright Moon killed outside of the star boundary? Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied, Senior Bright Moon indeed died outside the star boundary. Upon learning the reason behind it, Duan Hongqin nodded and said, Tell me what has happened over the years. The star boundary is troubled by demons now, Yang Kai replied. Duan Hongqin turned solemn. Demons? That's right. Yang Kai bowed his head. Senior, do you know of the incident where demon spirits from the southern swamp demon cave revived? At that time, the eldest disciple from Azure Sun Temple, Xianxia, told Yang Kai to accompany his friend named Hua Yulu to explore an ancient cave mansion in the southern swamp. Yang Kai thought that he could get some benefits from it, but he hadn't expected that he would accidentally unseal a demon cave and release numerous demon spirits, which then caused a commotion in the southern territory. They were also accompanied by the former patriarch of the Gong family from Heavenly River Valley, Gong Yu, whose body was possessed by a demon spirit. Yang Kai and the others chased him down to Azure Sun Temple and realized that there was also a sealed demon cave in the temple. The possessed Gong Yu went on to create chaos in the temple. During that period of time, Duan Hongchun happened to be inside the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple in an attempt to solve the issue of Wu Kuang's possession of his body. Therefore, he should be aware of that incident. Upon hearing what Yang Kai had said, Duan Hongchun nodded. I remember. Yang Kai put on a helpless smile. That was the beginning of it. After the demon caves were unsealed, demon spirits were revived and went on to possess more people. It took us more than 10 years to solve the commotion in the Southern Territory. We all thought that we had gotten rid of the danger, but it turned out there was a bigger plot behind it. I've heard that among the 10 great emperors in the Star Boundary, the most mysterious one is Night Shadow Great Emperor from Shadow Killer Palace in the Western Territory. Even the other great emperors were not sure whether he is male or female. Now, it seems that it isn't that he likes to be mysterious, but rather that he deliberately conceals himself. Night Shadow Great Emperor Kenyi possesses a shadow demon bloodline. He is a traitor the demons have planted in the star boundary. Even though Duan Hongchan was a calm person, he still widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing this. Regardless of how well or not well the 10 great emperors knew one another, they naturally had some contact over the years. When Duan Hongchan was traveling around the world, he happened to visit Shadow Killer Palace and came into close contact with Kenyi once. However, he didn't detect any unusual aura from Kenyi. It had never crossed his mind that one of the 10 great emperors possessed a demon race bloodline. In ancient times, demons had invaded the star boundary. Even Xianxia had heard of the incident, so there was no way Duan Hongchan wasn't aware of it. It was possible that some of the demons had managed to remain hidden in the star boundary, or that some of the women from the star boundary were violated by the demons and then gave birth to children of mixed race. The demon bloodline that Kenyi possessed had to be traced back to the last war between the great worlds. There was an awkward smile on Xianxia's face which seemed to be a mixture of mockery and sorrow. A great emperor was actually a traitor, and the demons had been planning for this for a long time. When the right time came, they were able to break the barrier and open up a passageway between the two great worlds. Unfortunately, we had no idea what was happening until it was too late. Upon learning the news, the great emperors entered the passageway to investigate the matter, but they were unexpectedly ambushed by the demon saints. In order to allow the others to escape, Senior Bright Moon remained behind in the demon realm. Later, I accepted Senior Heaven's Revelation's request and put on a show to infiltrate the demon realm. On the surface, I pretended that I had suffered from cultivation dissonance and become demonified, which essentially made me a traitor to the star boundary. The truth was that I was heading to the demon realm to find out about Senior Bright Moon's whereabouts and look for a chance to bring him back. He paused for a moment. It seems I have to thank Wukong for that. If it weren't for his heaven-devouring battle law being unacceptable in the world, I wouldn't have found an excuse to put on that show. After entering the demon realm, everything went well for me at first. I found Senior Bright Moon in a place called Eternal Sky Continent. At that time, he was severely injured, and the demon saints had arranged a 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon array to suppress him. Besides that, a demon saint blood demon, Shueli, had set up the boundless blood sea to trap Senior Bright Moon. Faced with the blood sea and the array, Senior Bright Moon was struggling just to survive. Xianxia's voice sounded mournful as he recalled the scene when he saw Bright Moon on Eternal Sky Continent. Duan Hongchan chimed in, I know that the demon realm is also a great world, and the demon saints you've just mentioned are supposed to be as powerful as great emperors, right? How many of them are there? Xianxia nodded. Senior is correct. In the demon realm, the status and powers of the demon saints are equivalent to those of the great emperors in the star boundary. There are 12 of them in total. Upon hearing that, Duan Hongchan gasped and appeared to be suffering from a headache. It was a simple comparison. Initially, there were 10 great emperors in the star boundary. He was held up by Wu Kuang in the ancestral domain. Bright Moon had been trapped in the demon realm, and Kenyi had betrayed them. It meant that only 7 great emperors were left to take charge of the star boundary. Nevertheless, there were 12 demon saints in the demon realm in total. Including the traitor Kenyi, it was 7 versus 13. The odds were almost 2-1 in favor of the demon realm. With such a stark contrast between the number of top cultivators on both sides, it wasn't hard to conclude that the star boundary was at a severe disadvantage in the two worlds' great war. With a frown, Duan Hongchan said doubtfully, You said that Bright Moon was trapped in the demon realm and he was severely injured, which was a good chance for the demon saints to kill him. Why did they only trap him? Xianxia explained with a bitter smile. Junior had the same doubt at first. After Senior Bright Moon explained it to me, I realized that it wasn't that the demon saints didn't want to kill him, but that they had bigger plans for him. They wanted to expand the capacity of their world's bottle. Upon hearing that, Duan Hongchan gave it a thought and understood what had happened. I see. Without the need for Xianxia to explain anything, he already realized what the demons were up to at that time. In that situation, the demon saints were capable of killing Bright Moon, but that would lead to nowhere. They would only make those from the star boundary lose a top cultivator. If there was no suitable carrier after Bright Moon passed away, his world's will would simply dissipate and return to the star boundary. However, if they could trap him and refine him to allow the demon realm to devour his world's will, they could expand the capacity of the Demon Realm's world's bottle. It had to be said that the demons indeed had a thorough plot. Given Duan Hongchen's intelligence, he didn't need Yang Kai to tell him what happened after that. Certainly, war had erupted and, in the end, Bright Moon was killed in battle. Bright Moon must have made Yang Kai end his life because he knew that there was no way he could survive. Yang Kai was from the star boundary, which was why the world's will had transferred to him as there was no other choice. You've done well. Duan Hongchen didn't ask any further questions or make Yang Kai keep explaining. Then he lifted his hand and clapped the young man's shoulder. In that situation, any great emperor would have made the same choice. You're the one who was dragged into matters beyond your means. Fortunately, I can see that you're still alive and kicking. Even though you were in a perilous situation, you were still able to survive in the end. After the world's will of Bright Moon was transferred to Yang Kai, Duan Hongchen could imagine that the eyes of those demons must have turned bloodshot as they hunted him down. Regardless of what happened though, Yang Kai was still alive at the very least. All of us in the star boundary, including the great emperors, have to thank you. If the world's will was snatched by the demons, the star boundary would no longer be complete. No one could tell what the consequences would have been if that happened. A shocked Yang Kai said, I don't deserve any thanks. I just didn't want to disappoint Senior Bright Moon. Duan Hongchen heaved a sigh and fished out a bottle of wine and 2 cups. Then, he filled the cups with wine for Yang Kai and himself before he faced the sky and lifted his cup to pay homage to his friend. Following that, he drained his glass in 1 gulp. Yang Kai similarly finished his wine. Duan Hongchen's emotions seemed to be unsettled after he learned that his old friend had passed away. After drinking his wine, he fell silent for a long time. He remained unmoving and didn't seem to have the intention to say anything as his aura dimmed. 1 hour later, he took a deep breath, and when he lifted his head, his expression became as calm as usual. No one could live forever. The great emperors had gone through the vicissitudes of life, so they were already used to it. How's the situation in the star boundary? Since you still have the time to come to the lower star field, I guess the situation isn't so serious yet, Duan Hongchen asked. He and Wu Kuang had other matters to attend to, so it would be best if the situation in the star boundary was stable. However, if the star boundary was in immediate danger, he had to consider returning to support the other great emperors. The first few years were the hardest. After all, the demons were well prepared while we were unsuspecting. However, the situation has stabilized now. Before I returned from the demon realm, I sealed off the 2 worlds passage, which cut off the support from the demon realm to their armies. The demon soldiers that are left in the star boundary are not capable of making any fuss now. Yang Kai put on a smile and went on to say, previously, Junior received news that the demon soldiers left in the star boundary were mostly destroyed. Those who were not dead have been accepted into our own armies. Presently, all 54 armies have gathered in front of the 2 worlds passage in the Western Territory. They're resting and recuperating right now. When the time is right, we will launch an attack on the demon realm. Good, Duan Hongchen became energized and elated. After hearing about the crisis facing the star boundary from Yang Kai for such a long time, there was finally some good news. However, his expression soon dimmed. The continued war will destroy lives and devastate families. The people in the star boundary must be suffering now. Yang Kai replied after a sigh. The war between the races devastated both great worlds. No one can stay clear of the calamity. After a nod, Duan Hongchen said, I'll tell Wu Kuang to leave a secret door in your star field later. If the crisis worsens in the star boundary, you must come over and inform this old master about it. I won't want to miss the chance to join the war. Good. If we require Senior's help, Junior will definitely come here to inform you. Duan Hongchen nodded. I'll keep watch on your star field and we won't touch it if possible. If we really need it in the end, I want you to cooperate with us. Don't worry. I'll make sure that old Ghost won't kill as he pleases again. Of course, I believe in Senior. Yang Kai nodded and fell silent for a moment. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Good. I hope that you'll bring with you some good news when we meet again. Yang Kai rose from the chair and saluted him. Seeing that, Mei Jior quickly stood up and bid the old man farewell as well, still holding the teapot firmly in her arms. Duan Hongchen waved his hand and engulfed them in a gentle force. As the world around them spun, They soon realized that they had returned to the starry sky. Lifting their heads, they saw that the azure-blue aura, which had covered a large part of the starry sky, was retreating rapidly. At the same time, a black passageway, which led to an unknown place, abruptly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai knew that the void corridor must be the secret door Duan Hongchen had left behind. Through the secret door, he could reach the ancestral domain and meet with him. The passageway soon disappeared from their sight. However, Yang Kai could feel that it was still there, just that it had become invisible. It wouldn't matter even if anyone happened to be in this place and pass through the door. Only by targeting the other end of the passageway with one's aura could he pass through the void and arrive at the right destination. Turning around, Yang Kai flashed a smile at Mei Jiur and said, "I should get going. We'll meet again if there's a chance." Mei Jiur was startled for a moment before she realized what he meant. "Senior, are you going back?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. Do you have any plans?" Mei Jiur looked down at the teapot in her arms and gently bit her lip. "I'll look for a secluded place to cultivate so that I may one day be able to assist you." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Then I shall thank you in advance. You're from Blue Cloud Star, right? I'll send you there." They were now on the border of the star field, which was quite remote and desolate. Given her cultivation now, it would take Mei Jiur a few years to fly across the starry sky and reach home. Upon finishing his words, he lifted his hand and pointed one finger at her forehead. As a thought flashed across his mind, Mei Jiur abruptly disappeared from his sight. Before she disappeared, she hurriedly said, "Senior, take care." After she was gone, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. There seemed to be an invisible flight of stairs beneath his feet as he kept moving up. After 5 to 6 steps, he suddenly disappeared into the void. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was clad in a silk robe and a crown with a belt wrapped around his waist, was seated in the head seat in the main hall of High Heaven Palace. His demeanor was that of an expert cultivator. On his left, Yao Si announced loudly, "Sir, when you were not around in the over 10 years that passed, we managed to build up the 61st Army. Now, there are 378,462 members in total. 289 of them are Emperor Realm Masters. Just like the other armies, I've divided ours into 10 divisions. Of these divisions, the first in the Color Guard with 20,000 troops. There are 2 division commanders, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui." At this point, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were on the other side of the hall, stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Sir!" While Yang Shui appeared solemn, Yang Xiao still sported a playful and mischievous expression. Yang Kai nodded and swung his hand, after which a command token shot forward. Then, he said, "Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, with the command token of the Color Guard in possession, you shall follow me to the battlefield to fight against our enemies." After taking the token, Yang Xiao became more serious as he replied solemnly, "Yes." The corner of Yao Si's mouth twitched. Then he cupped his fists and said to Yang Kai, "Sir, the Color Guard is responsible for staying by your side and protecting you. There are others who will go to the battlefield and fight against our enemies." "Really?" Yang Kai coughed into his fists and amended what he had just said. "Then, both of you shall stay by my side and be ready for my orders." Yang Shui and Yang Xiao grunted solemnly and returned to their original spots. Yang Si went on to say, "Besides the Color Guard, the remaining 9 divisions are named Flying Hawk, Poison Scorpion, Flaming Ox, Raging Flood Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Falling Flower, Spirit Snake, Heavenly Phoenix, and Heavenly Dragon. There are 30,000 in the Heavenly Phoenix Division, which is responsible for military enforcement. The division commander is Lu Yen and the vice division commander is Su Yen." 2 figures immediately stepped forward. The adult woman was elegant and well-mannered, while the young girl had a petite frame and a pair of bright eyes. They cupped their fists at the same time and called out, "Sir." Yang Kai nodded and tossed another token at them before saying, "Since both of you are responsible for military enforcement, you must be impartial in your judgment, not favoring anyone. On the battlefield, kill those who create chaos, disobey orders, weaken our morale, flee from the battlefield, or snatch credit from others, regardless of who they are." After Lu Yen took the token, she and Su Yen said at the same time, "Yes." Then they returned to their original spots. After which Wuxia introduced the other 8 division commanders and explained their duties to Yang Kai. As the army commander, Yang Kai had to understand everything so that he could calmly give appropriate orders on the battlefield in the future. The Flying Hawk Division had the smallest number of people as there were only a few thousand in total. However, their collective power was not to be underestimated. The division commander was one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wildlands, inflate. Those from Flying Hawk Division were scouts who were responsible for finding out about the enemy's secrets. In any ordinary army, those who could be the scouts must all be elites. Only the best talents could accurately seek out enemies and bring back intelligence from the front smoothly. It was no exception for the armies in the Star Boundary. On the other hand, the Heavenly Dragon Division could be said to be the strongest division in the 61st Army. This couldn't be helped as the division commander was Zhu Qing while the vice division commander was Zhu Lai. Most of the powerful cultivations in the division came from Dragon Island. They had about several dozen Emperor Realm Masters, which was 1/5 of the Emperor Realm Masters in the entire 61st Army. Following Yao Ci's announcements, Yang Kai had a better understanding of the 61st Army's structure. There were more than 300,000 soldiers in total, which were divided into 10 divisions. The Color Guard was responsible for protecting Yang Kai, with its 2 division commanders being Yang Shao and Yang Shui, with no vice division commander. The Heavenly Phoenix Division, which was responsible for military enforcement, was led by Lu Yen and Su Yen. The Flying Hawk Division, which was responsible for scouting and transmitting orders, was led by Ying Fei. Following that, the Poison Scorpion Division was led by Xie Wu Wei, the Flaming Ox Division was led by Shi Lei, the Raging Flood Dragon Division was led by Li Jiao, the Heavenly Fox Division was led by Hu Fei, the Falling Flower Division was led by Du Mir, the Spirit Snake Division was led by Qi Lian, and finally the Heavenly Dragon Division was led by Zhu Qing. All of these faces were familiar to Yang Kai. They were his friends and family members who had gone through life-or-death moments with him. Among all the division commanders, only Yang Shao and Yang Shui were slightly weaker, while the rest were either third-order Emperor Realm Masters or high-rank Monster Kings. It could be said that none of the 54 armies was as strong as the 61st Army. If the division commanders of the other armies were considered powerful, the ones in Yang Kai's army could be said to be superb. Apart from the network of friends Yang Kai had built up over the years, the support from Seven Mists Sea was also crucial in achieving this result. More importantly, Yao Ci had been working hard over the past dozen years or so. Even though Yang Kai had been staying in the star field for the past decade, he wasn't oblivious to what was going on in the Star Boundary, as he was able to contact the people from High Heaven Palace. Through Hua Qingxi's reports, he learned that Yao Ci had traveled extensively over the past years to build up the 61st Army. Although the Monster Kings Xie Wu Wei, Shi Lei, Ying Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mir, and Qi Lian originally worked for High Heaven Palace, they had left the palace and returned to their own divine venerables since the Two Worlds' Great War erupted. Without Yao Ci's relentless persuasion, Luan Feng and the others wouldn't have let go of these 6 Monster Kings. It would have been better for them if these Monster Kings could remain in their armies. It wasn't hard to get Li Jiao to come to their side. He was originally from the 35th Army, which was led by Bing Yun. Over 10 years ago, when she heard that Yang Kai had become the army commander of the 61st Army, she immediately released Li Jiao to lend Yang Kai a hand. The powerful cultivators from Dragon Island needed no persuasion. Certainly, they would assist Yang Kai in building up the 61st Army, and no army commanders could stop them, not even those from Seven Mists Sea. Those were the division commanders. Under division commanders, there were brigade commanders and battalion commanders. Battalions could be led by third-order Dao Source Realm Masters. However, brigades had to be led by Emperor Realm Masters so that they could convince their subordinates to obey their orders. All of the Emperor Realm Masters were won over by Yao Ci. In the past years, Yao Ci had visited all 54 armies and he had managed to poach some people from every single army. It wasn't that those army commanders were easy to deal with, it was just that Yao Ci was willing to act shamelessly. Making use of his identity as the great emperor's son, he brazenly snatched the top talents from other armies and no one could stop him. Many army commanders had made complaints to Seven Mists Sea, so Li Wuyi had repeatedly summoned Yao Ci and told him to stop doing that. Yao Ci would pretend to agree to it, but after leaving Seven Mists Sea, he would fearlessly continue his efforts. In the past over 10 years, he had practically offended all of the army commanders. Now, none of the army commanders welcomed him at all, and they would avoid him like he was a tiger or a scorpion. Whenever Xianxia visited an army, the army commander would quickly run away regardless of how powerful they were. Otherwise, Xianxia would immediately ask for some people from them. After more than 10 years of hard work and persistence, Xianxia managed to build up a strong foundation for the 61st Army. His hard work earned him the highest respect from everyone, and no one would object to the fact that he was the army commander's adjutant. They also admired Xianxia for his shrewdness, as he managed to make Xianxia side with them. Otherwise, their army wouldn't have become what it was now. Presently, all the top talents, Emperor Realm Masters and Monster Kings had gathered together in the Hall of High Heaven Palace, for which Xianxia deserved the biggest credit. Xianxia went on to say, an army cannot be established without a standard. The army's morale lies with the standard. Wherever the standard leads, the army will charge forward. Sir, please choose a standard. All 54 armies in the star boundary had their own standards. Wherever the army commander was, their standard would be too. A standard was the spiritual support for the army. The 61st Army had just been established, so naturally, they needed one as well. However, Xianxia had left the star boundary more than 10 years ago, which was why this matter had been held up until now. Since he had returned now, it was the best time to choose a standard. Xianxia had already made some preparations. After he finished speaking, 10 disciples from High Heaven Palace stepped into the hall with different flags in their hands. Then they separated into 2 rows and took a seat in the middle of the hall before they raised their hands and expanded the flags. After that, Xianxia said, these are the final 10 flags that the division commanders and I have selected. Sir, please choose the flag you prefer to be the standard. Xianxia nodded his head and rose from the chair. With his hands behind his back, he walked up to the flags and examined them. It had to be said that Xianxia and the division commanders had put in a lot of effort in selecting these flags. After all, the standard would become the symbol of the 61st Army in the future, so it couldn't be too gaudy. At the same time, it had to appear authoritative and carry a meaning with it so that others could recognize that it was the 61st Army's standard at first glance. It was indeed a difficult task. All the flags came in different patterns. As Xianxia went through them, Xianxia on the side explained to him what every pattern symbolized. Xianxia nodded from time to time as he listened to him. However, after going through all the flags, he fell silent and furrowed his brow. Seeing that, Xianxia said, Sir, if you're not happy with these flags, I'll tell the vexillographers to make some changes until you're satisfied with them. Xianxia replied, There's nothing I'm not satisfied with. Frankly speaking, all the flags were excellent. And every one of them was good enough to be shown in public. However, he just felt that something was lacking. Sir, which one do you prefer, then? Xianxia shook his head. Our army is a little different from all the others. Even though we were the last to be established, we have the strongest collective power. So, we're bound to be the main force on the battlefield in the future, and the responsibility on our shoulders is especially heavy. Therefore, our standard has to be more outstanding than those of other armies. After he finished speaking, his gaze brightened all of a sudden as he extended his hand. Bring me a sheet of paper and a brush. Xianxia quickly gave a hint to the people outside the hall with his eyes, after which the disciples left to prepare the items. All 10 disciples who were holding the flags left the hall, and in just a moment, a few disciples rushed into the hall. 2 of them separated and held both sides of a piece of white paper that was as large as a flag. On the other hand, the other disciples had a writing brush and an inkstone with them as they stood beside Xianxia. Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the paper, but instead of drawing on it immediately, he stared solemnly at the paper. Xie Wei was just seated beside Hua Qingxi, so he leaned close to her and asked in a small voice, Does Sir know how to draw? Hua Qingxi shook her head and spoke to him via divine sense. I'm not sure whether he can draw. There was a tinge of worry on her alluring face as she prayed that Xianxia wouldn't embarrass himself. The standard would be the 61st Army's symbol. If Xianxia's art skills turned out to be terrible, the 61st Army would be embarrassed when others saw the flag. She knew that Xianxia could be a little willful at times, but they had to be more serious when it came to choosing the right standard. While she was anxious, she suddenly felt that the temperature in the hall had plummeted as a chill ran down her spine. Instinctively, she circulated her emperor qi and lifted her head, only to see that Xianxia was extremely focused. His murderous intent almost materialized as it swept across the hall, causing everyone inside to feel as though countless needles were pricking their skin. Xianxia lifted his hand and picked up the inked writing brush at that moment, and as soon as the tip of the brush came into contact with the paper, it began to flow smoothly. In just 2 breaths, he was finished. Then, he passed the writing brush to a disciple and lightly took a few steps backwards. Looking at his work from afar, he grinned and said, "Good. This will be our standard." All of them were on tenterhooks as they wondered what Xianxia had drawn on the paper, and seeing how satisfied he was, they craned their heads in an attempt to make out what was drawn. Yaoxi was beside Xianxia so he could see the paper clearly. His brow twitched as he wanted to say something, but soon his face relaxed and he waved his hand at the disciples who were holding the paper. Both of them turned around and raised the paper to show it to everyone. It was then that all the top cultivators in the hall saw what Xianxia had drawn on the paper. There was only one thing on the flag, a large character, "Kill." The character wasn't beautifully written, but it was imposing. At a glance, every stroke of the word seemed to have turned into a blade and slashed at the beholder, which caused all of them to be astonished. Yao Qi aptly said, "Sir, we are all willing to follow you into battle against our enemies to protect our homeland." Everyone hurriedly rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Sir, all of us are willing to follow you into battle against our enemies to protect our homeland." Xianxia guffawed. "Good. Since no one objects, it is decided. There is only one meaning for our standard, kill. Our job is to kill all the demons who dare to invade the star boundary. We will let them know that the star boundary isn't a place they can come as they please." "Yes, sir." After he finished speaking, a curvy figure jumped out from the crowd and clasped her fists. "Sir, this subordinate is willing to become the standard bearer. I shall tether my life to our standard. Only if I perish will our standard fall." Xianxia lifted his head and realized that it was Fu Ling who had just jumped out. She was a 7th-order purple dragon who came from Dragon Island. So naturally, she was placed in the Heavenly Dragon Division. Supposedly, the standard-bearer should be someone from the color guard, so it had nothing to do with her. She must have an ulterior motive for coming forward at this point. Upon that realization, Xianxia scoffed, but just when he was about to tell her to step back, Yaoxi said, "Sir, it isn't a bad idea. With a dragon becoming the standard-bearer, it will make our army look even more formidable." Xianxia shot him a look and pondered on it. Upon realizing that Yaoxi was right, he nodded. "Since you have the heart to bear this service for us, this king shall appoint you to be the standard-bearer for the 61st Army. You must protect the standard at all costs. Only if the army falls will our standard fall. Sir, may rest assured, I shall protect the standard with my life." An elated Fu Ling took the paper from the 2 disciples and joyfully dashed out of the hall. Xianxia had only made a draft of the flag while the true standard had to be created by someone else, so Fu Ling left to look for Houyu. Since the divisions, duties, and standard had all been decided and settled, there was nothing else to do. Xianxia swept a glance over them and said loudly, "All the demons in the star boundary have either been destroyed or accepted into our own armies. Presently, all 54 armies are assembling in the Western Territory, so we mustn't be absent. All division commanders, after you return, you must begin preparations. At the break of dawn 3 days hence, we shall head to the Western Territory and storm into the demon realm to kill the demons. Kill! Kill! Kill!" All of them in the hall started chanting. The Monster Kings were especially enthusiastic as their voices seemed to shake the mountain. Oh! With 3 days to rest, Xianxia kept his wives and parents company as they enjoyed some quality time together. Of all his wives, only Xianxia had an auxiliary profession, alchemist, so she wouldn't follow them to the Western Territory. The other 4 had to go to the battlefield. Su Yan was in the Heavenly Phoenix Division while Shui Yu was in the Color Guard. On the other hand, the Enchantress Shan Qingluo worked under Qi Lian in the Spirit Snake Division while Zhu Qing led the Heavenly Dragon Division. It had to be said that after more than 10 years of separation, all of Xianxia's wives had significantly grown stronger in terms of their cultivation. Shui Yu, Shan Qingluo, and Xianxia had all reached the Emperor realm, and while Su Yan still remained in the same realm, her power had increased tremendously. Besides the fact that the world energy in the star boundary was denser, this was also because they had extraordinary aptitudes to begin with. When they were still in the lower star field, they were already top talents, so their aptitudes were naturally much greater than that of the average person. Yang Kai's parents' cultivation had increased as well, but he didn't have the heart to let them join the war. Every breath, people lost their lives on the battlefield. It didn't matter if they were third-order emperors, pseudo-great emperors, or half-saints, as no one could guarantee that they wouldn't lose their life the next moment. Given such a hostile environment, Yang Kai wouldn't want them to take part in the fighting. If they really went to the battlefield, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to focus on leading the army as he would want to protect them at all times. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu knew that after their departure this time, they would only meet again after the two worlds' Great War ended, but even though they were worried and reluctant to part with them, they didn't show their emotions on their faces. Instead, they forced themselves to smile as they enjoyed this moment of tranquility. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and at the break of dawn, snowflakes could be seen swirling around with the cold wind on an ice sheet that was several dozen kilometers away from High Heaven Palace. More than 300,000 people had gathered on the ice sheet, but despite the numbers present, the place was completely silent. They had already decided on the place to assemble early on. After all, High Heaven Palace couldn't accommodate so many people in its main square, so they decided to gather outside instead. More than 300,000 people had been divided into 10 formations. The number of people in each formation varied. There were only a few thousand people in the smallest formation, while the largest one had more than 30,000 people. Presently, all of them were staring in the direction where High Heaven Palace was located. A moment later, a beam of light flew forward from that direction. When they saw the light, it was still several dozen kilometers away, but the next moment it was already right before their eyes. Its speed was so quick that it had left behind a trail of light in the sky. When the light diminished, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Sir Army Commander." All of them called out to Yang Kai in unison. Their voices were so deafening that the world seemed to be shaking and the falling snowflakes stopped in midair. With a rustling sound, the image of a kilometer-long blood-red flag expanded in the sky as it swayed with the howling wind. As the flag flapped, it was as though blood was flowing on it under the morning sun. At first glance, it was as if the sky was bleeding. On the flag, a giant kill character could be seen, and nothing else. However, the character seemed to have come alive as its raging murderous intent made even the sun seem to dim. The flag was eventually hung behind Yang Kai, and it seemed to have covered the entire sky. Despite the fact that Yang Kai appeared as small as an ant compared to the flag, he was extremely imposing. As the flag swayed with the wind, all 300,000 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the gigantic kill, which seemed able to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. All of them felt their blood boiling. Despite the fact that the weather was frigid, the gigantic standard made everyone from the 61st Army become fervent. Seeing that, Yao Si put on a smile. When he saw Yang Kai writing the gaudy kill character on the paper in the hall a few days ago, he wanted to dissuade him from choosing it as their flag. However, after giving it a thought, he realized that he shouldn't refute Yang Kai since it was the first decision the Army Commander Kai had made after coming back to the palace. Now, he felt fortunate that he didn't stop him. The standard was clean and minimalistic. As the flag swayed with the wind, the kill character was able to ignite the soldiers' enthusiasm. Then, he balled up his fist and raised it above his head before yelling, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The world seemed to be trembling. The collective chanting of 300,000 people filled the world with murderous intent. Even the disciples who had stayed back in High Heaven Palace, which was several dozen kilometers away, were able to hear them. Looking from afar, they knew that the soldiers were embarking on a journey to destroy the enemy. When the dust settled, no one could tell how many of those 300,000 people could come back alive. Many of them would probably lose their lives on the battlefield. At the thought of this, all the disciples in the palace saluted them from afar. On Medicine Pill Peak, just like the other disciples who had stayed back, Xianxia stared at the army in the distance, her gaze filled with worry. On the side, Jiying heaved a sigh. "You know how strong he is. He's also a master of the Tao of space who can flee from danger with ease, so you don't have to worry about him." "I want to go with him." Xianxia bit her lip. Jiying said, We've discussed this before, and he has also talked to you about it. You're an emperor rank alchemist, so it's better for you to refine more pills here than follow him to the battlefield. For every pill you refine, you might be able to save one more life on the battlefield. I know. Xianxia lowered her head. But I want to be with him. Just when Jiying wanted to keep dissuading her, Xianxia didn't give him the chance to do so. As the wind howled, she spoke in a gentle voice, "Senior brother, did you know? Since we left Tongshan realm, we have always spent more time separated than together with him. It's a good thing that he's ambitious, and we're happy that he always shields us from the troubles of the outside world. However, we still want to be with him. Even if we fall into danger, we want to face it together with him. Whenever he leaves, all of us cultivate diligently because we want to one day have enough strength to stand by his side and share his burden. Now the chance has come. Big Sister Su, Luor, Shuiyu, and Big Sister Qing are leaving with him, but I have to stay here to refine pills because that is what I am best at, and my pills are of excellent quality. There are also other responsibilities on my shoulders." She turned around and stared at Jiying as she seemed to be pleading with him. "But senior brother, I really want to follow him to the battlefield and fight alongside him. I might not be able to fend off all the troubles for him, but I just hope that I can kill some enemies for him to ease his burden." Jiying parted his lips, but they soon curved into a smile. "Go then. It's not too late yet. He hasn't left." "Senior brother?" Xianxia gazed at him in shock. Jiying said with a smile, "Whether you're going to the battlefield or staying here to make pills, you will be helping the star boundary, and there's no difference between the two. Don't worry, senior brother will just work hard to refine your share of pills as well. Moreover, we all only live once, so we can allow ourselves to be willful once in a while. Rather than forcing yourself to stay here, why don't you follow your heart?" An elated Xianxia replied, "Many thanks, senior brother. I'll be going then." Upon getting a nod from Jiying, she bowed to him in an elegant manner before turning to look at the huge flag that was several dozen kilometers away. With her eyes filled with joy, she flew towards that place. "You must come back safely," Jiying shouted from behind. "I will. Senior brother. Take care." Xianxia's joyful voice faded into the distance. Several dozen kilometers away from the palace, the soldiers were still chanting as Yang Kai stared solemnly at them. All of a sudden he arched his brow and looked in the direction where High Heaven Palace was located. All of them stopped chanting and fell silent abruptly as they turned their heads to look in the same direction, only to see a beam of light charging toward them at full speed. After the light landed, Xianxia's figure was revealed. Instead of looking at Yang Kai, she walked up to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui before cupping her fists. "High Heaven Palace's Xianxia, reporting for duty." A shocked Yang Xiao quickly stepped aside. Yang Kai was his adoptive father, and Xianxia was the youngest among his wives, which also meant that she was his youngest adoptive mother, so how could he receive her salute? On the other hand, Yang Shui put on a smile before she darted her gaze between Yang Kai and Xianxia, then she nodded gently. "Assume your position." "Yes." Xianxia cheerfully joined the team. Despite the fact that her face was veiled, her excited expression could barely be concealed. The soldiers were about to head to the battlefield, but a person abruptly appeared and requested to join the color guard. Furthermore, Yang Kai, the army commander, hadn't even agreed to it, which essentially violated the rules. After Xianxia joined the army formation though, Su Yan, from the Heavenly Phoenix Division, stared at Yang Kai with her chin lifted, as though she was daring him to reject Xianxia. Pretending that he hadn't seen her threat, Yang Kai remained floating in the void with his hands behind his back. Then he coughed and said, "Since everyone is here, we should depart." After he finished speaking, he swung his hand, upon which the sealed world bead shot out and turned into Gun in midair. Its humongous figure covered the entire sky as it opened its hideous mouth and took a bite. In an instant, all 300,000 soldiers disappeared as they were devoured into the small sealed world. Yang Kai raised his hand and retrieved the bead. Turning around, he realized that Fu Ling, who was holding the flag, was looking fixedly at him. She was the standard-bearer of the 61st Army. When Yang Kai arrived at this place just now, she quickly stood behind him and held the flag, which was why she was spared the fate of getting devoured by Gun. As their eyes met, Fu Ling flashed a charming smile at him. "Brother-in-law, there are only the two of us now." She winked at him as though she was trying to hit on him. "Store the flag." Yang Kai took a look at the kilometer-long blood-colored flag. "Yes." Fu Ling nodded and pushed her dragon source, upon which the flag trembled and became palm-sized in a short moment. After storing it, she stared at Yang Kai and said, "Brother-in-law, we should get going now. Our destination is far away, so you have to take care of me. Get in." Ignoring her attempts at seduction, Yang Kai shoved her into the small sealed world and immediately felt that the place had become peaceful. The next instant, he manipulated the surrounding space principles and disappeared from the spot. Inside the Hall of Seven Mists Sea, there was a huge sand table in the center of a grand hall. The view on the sand table was obviously the terrain around the two worlds' passage that had been significantly shrunk. Presently, more than 20 people had gathered around the sand table, all of them either third-order Emperor Realm Masters or pseudo-great emperors. They were army commanders of the Star Boundary. Li Wui pointed at one spot on the sand table and said, "The 42nd Army will be in charge of this node and you'll be assisted by the 38th Army. Make sure that the array functions smoothly. There mustn't be any mistakes." After he finished speaking, an elderly man cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir." Just then, a middle-aged man shot him a look and questioned, "Old man, are you capable of doing that? You're getting on in years now, so you shouldn't force yourself to do something you can't. Just let the 38th Army take charge of the node and the 42nd Army can assist from behind." The elderly man grinned. "Do you seriously think you're able to take charge of the node while I can't? The Supreme Commander is intelligent, so he knows that experience is more important. Stop making a fuss and assist me in killing the enemy. I'll give you 10 to 20% of the credit after the war." Hearing that, the middle-aged man was infuriated, but just when he wanted to say something, Li Wui said dispassionately, "Stop. The arrangement of the array is a result of the great emperor's discussion. This king is only here to announce their decision. If you have any objections, you can bring them to the great emperors. If they agree to let you swap, this king won't stop you." Upon learning that it was the great emperor's decision, the two army commanders stopped arguing. However, the middle-aged man still seemed incensed as he shot a glare at the elderly man. He thought that his army was stronger than the elderly man's, so he was supposed to be in charge. Li Wui pointed at another spot. "This node will..." Before he finished speaking, he realized something and took a few steps backwards. The next moment, as space principles undulated, a figure abruptly appeared beside him. Seeing that, he put on a smile. "You're finally here." Right after Yang Kai appeared, he realized that many people were staring at him. Even though these people didn't release any kind of aura, he still felt his chest tightening as he knew that each one was a powerful figure. Upon closer inspection, he narrowed his eyes in surprise. Given his acute vision, he immediately became aware that these figures were all either third-order Emperor Realm Masters or pseudo-great emperors. Furthermore, it seemed that they were in the middle of an important meeting. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. "Greetings, sir." "Greetings, seniors." Li Wui clapped the young man's shoulder. "It's good that you're here. Let me introduce you to all of them." He then turned around and stared at the others in the hall with a smile on his face. "He is the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory as well as the Army Commander of the 61st Army, Yang Kai. Some of you are already familiar with him, while some of you have just met him for the first time. In any case, all of you will be comrades on the battlefield, so you have to cooperate with one another." Certainly, Yang Kai knew some of them. Besides Li Wui, Yang Yen, Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, Bing Yun, the three great divine venerables from the ancient wildlands, and several highly ranked monster kings were all around. Apart from them, he wasn't so familiar with the others as it was the first time they had met. Even though Yang Kai was aware that many top masters led a reclusive life in the Star Boundary, he was still shocked when he saw that so many pseudo-great emperors had gathered in this place. Nevertheless, he soon came to the realization that there were 4 great lords in Demon Heavenly Dao, who were all pseudo-great emperors, so it shouldn't be surprising that there were also quite a few pseudo-great emperors elsewhere in the Star Boundary. Among these people, there was one person whose gaze was extremely cold. Yang Kai turned his head and realized that the source of this cold gaze was Tsang Mo, which prompted him to bare his fangs. He and Tsang Mo were on very bad terms.